Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome to the Epicenter here in Klamath Falls, Oregon, the 2025 Oregon High School State Bowling Championships live here on mybasin.com. My name is Josh Eldridge. I'm joined to my right by Mr. Don Downing. It's a great day to be a fan of bowling here in the Klamath Basin, isn't it, Don?
Yeah, good afternoon, Josh. How you doing?
Always great. We got a couple of teams here right in front of us. Word is that these guys are battling through the losers bracket. So on the left to the right on your screen, we're looking at Roseburg on the far left, Scappoose there in the middle, then North Medford flanking their right, and Henley is here on the far side. Those are lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16. It looks like each about 2 or 3 frames into their matches right now.
Yeah, looking like they're rolling pretty decent. Even though this is a loser's bracket right now, Josh, these teams are some of the top bowlers in the state of Oregon as far as high school kids. To get it here is great. I mean, it takes a lot to get here. So, yeah, looking good. They're looking strong.
You know, one thing we were kind of talking about before we came on live here today was these Henley guys to the right side in the navy blue, a team that was runner-up as state champions last year. They finished second place. They got knocked down to the losers bracket in their very first go at things today. They're talking to their coach before going up here. They said they're taking the scenic route to the championship. Yeah, at least that's their goal.
You know, sometimes that happens, Josh. You know, this game can change in a heartbeat. It's amazing how this game works. You know, you could take one kid that just gets on fire and he can take the storm and he can make it happen. And, you know, it's anybody's game, especially when the lanes start breaking down like they are, then you start seeing some changes, and the one can make the changes the fastest, the one who goes the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and there, just as you were saying, that looks like North Medford knocked down a strike there, and they responded by knocking down 9.
Yeah, it looks like Scappoose is running a pretty good run right now. They've got 5 in a row after a slow start, and they look like they're taking that one pretty strong.
Yep, right now, tough to see the TVs at the top of your screen. It looks like Scappoose has about a 19-pin lead right now, and they're entering the 7th frame.
Yeah, it's going to be it's a bigger lead than that, Josh, because they're not counting the bonus pins for the strikes yet. Right. So once they miss one ball, they should be able to see a better run than that. It might be another 10, 15 pins more than what we're seeing right now. Looks like the North Medford and Henley, they're running pretty neck and neck with each other within a 10-pin spread. So it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, North Medford just picking up a spare on that last roll as well, knocking down a single pin.
Yep. Yeah, it's when you start doubling up like Henley did on the right lane, that's where you start catching up with scores pretty good. The way the bonus works on them, it's when you can start running strings like that, it really starts making the difference in your scores.
Now, how much, you know, in a situation like this, you'd think if you were just yourself bowling that you could pick up momentum. In a team, though, it's a little bit different because you only get to bowl 1 frame at a time as an individual. Does momentum like that carry through a team, or is it mostly reliant on a single player to try to pick that up and get a team going?
No, it has time. It is a team effort, Josh. How this system works, to explain to people, it's a 5-man team. Each bowler bowls 2 frames a game, and so they back each other up. They pay attention to what they're doing, and they'll work off of each other, and that's what makes it a good team sport. Not one guy can throw all 10 frames, so it is a 5-man team. You know, one guy throws one ball not as good as the others. He gets picked up by the rest of his team by helping get the game going.
Now, I want to make note, these 4 teams going at it in front of us, not the only teams here in action in the Epicenter today for the state championships. As we look over here to our left, You see some teams still rolling. I believe South Medford's over there in the blue. If you can see him, it looks like Westview is in the corner in the kind of red and darker blue uniforms down there. They're still alive.
Yeah, and the team that's bowling South Medford right now is Ben.
Looks like Summit, perhaps?
No, Ben.
Okay.
Ben is bowling South Medford. I'm not sure who the white team is down there on the end down there. Looks like a new team that I haven't seen in the past.
Take a look to our right. Down on this side is where the ladies are bowling to. Tougher to make out some of those teams. I thought I saw North Bend hanging around a little while ago. It's been tough to get information here for the state tournament, but doing the best we can with the information we do. But I do see it looks like North Bend down there and a couple maroon jerseys.
Yeah, Josh, they're running a little bit behind the boys, so they're not quite into the same bracket that we are right now. So it's, I think there's a few more teams left in the girls section at this time.
So a double elimination bracket means that 2 of the teams in front of us will be going home. That trims it down to a 6-team field after that.
Correct.
And if you are the top seed going into the final games or into the championship round, you have to get knocked off twice to actually have the team below you come up and win that championship.
Correct. Once you come off the winner's bracket, if you were undefeated, that's what happened to Henley last year. We were undefeated last year through the winner's bracket and then came in to the loser's bracket. North Bend had already lost one, so if we beat them one time out of the 2 separate rolls, we would have won state, but they come back and they beat us both times, and they ended up taking the state championship last year.
North Medford, for their part, rolled off back-to-back strikes, building out a little bit of a lead over the Hornets.
Yeah, they're running. Yeah, they're actually North Bend right now, or North Medford is actually just running a few pins behind Henley with that strike with the Henley.
Yeah.
The double does make a difference. It brings it within 1 mark difference, so it's less than 10 pins from each other. So it's all going to come down to the 10th frame on this one.
We're looking at lanes 15 and 16 there, and wow, big one there for North Medford.
Yeah, this is like a 10-pin difference right here. Let's see what Henley has to offer.
A strike in response.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Yeah, this can go right down to the wire, Josh.
Now, when you get to the 10th frame, obviously you get a strike, you get a couple more chances at more. That's the same person in that frame, right? They don't
Correct.
Switch past that 10th frame.
Yes, the 10th frame is he rolls a 10th frame, not just one ball. He finishes up the 10th frame no matter how many, he gets the bonus throws, gets the pins. So, yeah, this run right down to the wire. This is less than 10 pins away. This is going to be a tight one. The game on the left, those guys went 212, 230 something, so that was actually strong rolling.
Wow.
So, yeah, boy, this is like getting right down to it. Henley rolls a strike. This one here, it's two pin difference.
He did.
Wow, yeah, we're a 2-pin difference with each other. This one's a nail biter.
Heck of a time to come on live here from the Epicenter in Klamath Falls, the site of the state championship this year.
Yeah, this is the time to turn it on a little early to watch it, before the finals get on, because this actually is a great final right here, just between these 2 teams.
Battling for their lives.
Yeah, one more out and you're out, so they're going home. What's ironic is this is kind of like the Super Bowl from last year. These 2 teams were 1 and 2 last year, and here they are in the losers bracket trying to fight to stay in it.
North Medford left 1 pin up there on that last roll.
Yeah, so Henley's got to get an 8 or better on this throw here, and they win the first round or win the first game. This is a 2 out of 3 games, so this doesn't do nothing other than it's just
Looks like Henley
Oh my
knocked down
gosh.
7, so they tied up at 210.
Oh my gosh, now we got a tie.
So what's the tiebreaker in a situation like this? Do we go to a sudden death? Do we call it a tie and move on?
I think they have to roll the next 2 games, and then if it goes 1-1,
we're going to try to find out what exactly happens here.
2.
Talking to Coach Brennan of the Henley Hornets, he'll know for sure what's going on here in just a moment. Checking on Roseburg and Scappoose. Scappoose already a couple frames deep, has a 24 right now. What'd you find out, Don?
Well, they're checking on it. I think that what they need to do is they're going to have to roll the second and third game, and if it goes 1-1 on that one, then they have to do a roll-off, which usually is a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. That had to be the worst case scenario to get a 7 count on the last ball when the kid's rolling really good like that, and it just, pressure gets to you, Josh. It really does. People don't understand the pressure these kids are under.
Oh, man. I feel a certain amount of pressure when I'm bowling in front of my friends. I can't imagine doing it for school pride in a state championship environment.
Yeah. I've coached these kids for 19 years here in the Basin, so I've watched a lot of kids grow up. I've had a lot of kids stay in as adults bowling. It's a great sport to get into.
Looks like North Medford started their second game here with a strike themselves. Now, something of note, I think I picked this up. Henley and North Medford actually switched lanes. So North Medford now on 16, Henley now on 15. Roseburg and Scappoose staying put.
So, Josh, sometimes in bowling, one lane will give you a better read than another lane. So it's only fair to switch lanes after each game. And if we go into the third game roll-off, then that's whoever the top seed is gets to pick which lane they want to be on. So that way, if there was an advantage to a certain lane, they were able to stay with that lane.
Well, North Medford goes back-to-back strikes to start their run. Henley picks up a spare in their opening frame. And again, checking in on Roseburg. Nice little run for them. A couple of strikes after an opening frame. They got back-to-back strikes.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, earlier today I was watching Henley roll, and they were down like 30 pins. And, when one kid makes a mistake, if you keep staying with them, they actually won that game after, because of that mistake that one kid from the other team made.
Wow.
So you just can't give up throughout a game, and unless you're just so far behind. But you just got to keep rolling the ball and staying with the game.
No strike on that last roll for Roseburg, but they do pick up the spare. Their pin count improving now to 77.
Yeah, it looks like Scappoose is struggling on the left lane over there a little bit, and this kind of makes sense maybe with what I was just saying. The left lane on that set might be just a little bit tighter than the right side lane, and Roseburg's got the advantage right now with that set of lanes there.
It looks like they just knocked down another strike.
It's a 9 count, Josh.
9 count, pardon me. I'm looking at our small screen here and
That's
I
right.
see no pins.
Yeah, I'm cheating, man. I'm looking at the big screen up there,
Yeah.
Josh, for you.
Big one on the way for Henley.
Yeah, this game could get pretty tight here if Henley comes in with a strike here on the fourth frame. As North Medford missed 2 frames back-to-back, went 8 count spare, 9 count spare. That kind of put, well, Henley looks like got a 7 count on that fourth frame, so it kind of keeps him on the back side of the game there.
North Medford comes away with a split. Certainly not advantageous for them on that last roll.
No, it sure isn't. Kind of hard to tell on the little screen on how big the split is. Looks like a baby split from what I can see. Usually a split like that, they can fit the ball in between the two. Oh no, that is a pretty good size split. I've seen it now. I was looking at the one over here on, looks like Roseburg has a split too, but theirs is a baby split.
Sure.
That one's a little easier to pick up because the ball can usually hit both pins going in between it. So that little easier to pick up than the large split that North Medford had on lane 16.
It seems like the bowler there for North Medford picked one of those two pins and was happy enough with bowling 9. They've built themselves a pretty sizable advantage at this point, although Henley is a few frames behind them in terms of pace. So.
Correct. Yeah, they're sitting behind them one frame behind, so this next ball can make a difference on how much tighter this game could get. You know, the neat thing I like about this sport, Josh, is I could take a kid 120 pounds and put up against a kid at 280 and he can beat him.
Yeah, it don't matter how tall you are, it just matters how determined you are to be great.
Well, and you just learn how to roll the ball and be consistent. That's the biggest thing.
And there was Henley picking up a strike there in the meantime.
Yep, North Medford went split again, so.
For Scappoose there on the left side, they're trying to make a run at this thing, picking up a strike in their last frame. I think they may have done it again unless they're just resetting right now, but still quite a few pins back behind of Roseburg here in the losers bracket.
Yeah, so that would make them 1-1 because Scappoose they won the first game out of the two, and it looks like Roseburg's running away with this one. So they just doubled up.
For those who might be only just joining us and missed the first game between Henley and North Medford, it ended in a 2-10 tie in the first game. In a best-of-3 set, they might have to go to a playoff there at the end if these next two go either way, but right now Henley's climbed out in front a little bit.
Yeah, two splits in a row from North Medford really put Henley in advantage to get back into the game again. My comment earlier made sense, you know, where you can just keep rolling the ball because once a team makes a mistake, then they gives you an opportunity to get back in the game. And you know, you got 10 frames. It's not just a couple frames. You got 10 frames to roll.
Back-to-back strikes for Scappoose. Might be too little too late, though, unless Roseburg stumbles here at the finish line.
Yeah, because they're sitting 30 pins down, and being that late in the game, that's a hard one to catch up to. It could depends on the 10th frame on what Roseburg does. If they open up, it gives Scappoose a chance to come right back and get them because they're rolling good these last few frames. And they always seem.
Another strike for Scappoose.
Yes, that puts pressure on Roseburg. Roseburg is now, so you look at 40, 70, so they're only 10 pins down right now going into the 10th frame, and Scappoose has rolled their first ball in the 10th, and they're looking good. Let's see what Roseburg does.
Left a split.
Oh my gosh, that could make a difference right here.
Got some nervous pacing coming out from the Roseburg coaches.
Yes, depends on what Scappoose does here on this first ball. Looking at Henley and Roseburg, North Medford, Henley has pulled ahead.
Just picked up a spare, too.
Yep, Henley's pulled ahead on that game by about 15 pins.
Another strike from Scappoose.
Well, they just shut out Roseburg.
Holy cow.
Yep. They just shut him out.
That's big time.
That is. You know, it's amazing to see how many kids are actually involved in this program. Josh, you're looking at 16 of the top teams in the state of Oregon, throughout the state of Oregon, and there's a lot more teams that kids are bowling, and this is a growing sport. Kids are starting to understand what it's all about, and you look at the talent that we have out here today. There's several kids out here that are bowling over 200 average in their leagues, so it's a great thing.
Yeah, the bowling, not an OSAA sport per se, more of a club sport. But, hey, you know, the OSAA lately has been open-minded into bringing in new sports. Girls flag football won, boys volleyball won. Talking with their executive director, Pete Weber, he's open to the idea of bringing bowling in as a sanctioned sport as well and putting together OSAA state titles. But as of right now, this matters just as much to these kids. Henley, he doesn't even have to look at it. He knows it's a spare.
Yeah, this single pin spare was huge for this team here. So they're going up 20-some pins ahead into this last frame.
Looks like Roseburg and Scappoose shaking hands.
Yeah,
Scappoose edged him out 201 to, was that 188?
Yes, 188. So Scappoose won both those games, so the 2 out of 3, there's no third game roll-off there. They automatically move on to the next round.
So they're alive, staying around in the losers bracket. Roseburg heading home.
Yeah, Roseburg has set their fate. Roseburg is always does bring a great team to the sport. What happened here?
I think Henley got left with a, what'd you call that, a baby split there. Looks like a pin about midway through the lane and then one off to the right side.
Yeah, it's what they call the 6-8 split. But, so they've still got North Medford shut out. The best North Medford getting right now is 164. Henley's already sitting at 177, so it's regardless of what happens on this one, Henley did win this one. So this is going to come down to a nail biter. So since they tied the first game, this next game depends on either Henley goes forward or they do a roll-off. Right. So Henley, regardless on this set now, Josh Henley is not out of it.
So final score for that game, 177-164 in favor of Henley. And like you said, one more pending. And there they go, switching sides once more.
Yep.
Now North Medford on 15 and Henley on 16. Go ahead and center up this camera a little bit to this action right in front of us.
Josh, it was amazing to see how big this program grew again. We took a huge hit back in COVID years. We weren't able to bowl that one year. That was my boys' freshman year. And then the next year, they were told that we weren't going to have it again, and we found out they were, and my kid went to school and grabbed 5 other boys out of school. We had 5 kids in this whole program here in Klamath Basin 3 years ago. And now this is what we have again. We got probably over 30-some kids in our program again. We have Mazama, we have Henley. Both Mazama and Henley both had 2 teams this year, boys. The girls are still struggling. We've got 5 girls total. So people, while we're not watching any bowling going on, you know, we can co-op all the schools. So the Mazama girls, they create one team with all the girls. So eventually we hope we can separate those back out and get a larger group of the girls.
Yeah, I know that's been happening around the state with the co-opting in the schools and whatnot. I mean, a testament to how much the program has grown here is that here we are in our hometown with the state championship. I mean, that's got to take some certain level of recognition to have them want to have the event here. I know some of that is logistics, right? The Epicenter has 32 lanes, unlike a lot of other bowling alleys in Oregon. But and they could have stayed in Portland if they wanted to, but here they are in Klamath Falls. It's certainly a level of respect to what we've got going on down here, I think.
Well, how the state works, Josh, is they divide it in three sections in the state. So it goes upper state, middle state, lower state. And so the 3 houses that fight for the state tournament on when it comes into lower states, the Epicenter, Lava Lanes in Medford, and Tape Man in Grants Pass.
Sure.
That's our three houses that they can host a state tournament at. And so this year, the Epicenter finally got the bid for it, which is kind of cool.
Now, you know if this is the first time it's ever been held here?
Yes, that is. That's correct. Boy, both teams are struggling right now. They both opened both frames, first 2 frames of the game. So
Hanley left one more open there, knocking down. It seems to be 9.
yes, in this 9 count. So.
There's a first strike right there for North Medford. The one thing I think that's really great about this sport is it seems the camaraderie not between only the guys on your team, but with the other schools as well. I mean, it's a competitive sport, sure, but it's, you know, we're not tackling, we're not pushing, we're not shoving or pulling. There's a certain level of respect amongst all the players. I look around and I see a table with 3 South Medford guys and a Roseburg guy here. Here's Roseburg and a couple other schools just chatting it up, and I think it's a really fun afternoon here.
Well, it is, Josh. You know where that comes in at is these guys, these young men and women. There is scratch tournaments throughout the state of Oregon that they travel to as well, and they meet each other at these tournaments, so they become friends outside of school sport. And so when they get to these school tournaments, they get to meet each other again, and they have a great friendship. And even though they're competing against each other, it's kind of interesting to watch how these kids, you know, get along with each other. Looks like North Medford's making a run for it. They just got 3 in a row now, and
Henley left one open there. Got a chance to pick up a spare, it seems. Now, one thing I do know is that guy who bowls the 5th frame is called the anchor. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
All right, do they have names for the guys who bowl or the gals who bowl the other frames, or are they just really in order? And the reason they call the anchor is because you bowl the 5th, of course, but most importantly, the 10th frame.
Correct. Yeah, the anchor bowlers, you should be the best guy that's rolling the ball the best that day. I don't necessarily call him the best bowler of the team, because when you get to this caliber, you have about 3 kids that can run anchor at any given time, and you just have to watch the boys and see how they're rolling and make that judgment call as a coach, and just hope that you make the right decision, and all the kids stand behind them.
So South Medford, after a run of strikes, picks up a spare there. So this score seems to be accurate, with Henley trailing heavily.
Well, so right now you're looking at about a 20-pin, about a 19-pin advantage on North Medford at this point in time. Depends on what happens with Henley, because Henley still has to pick up this spare to keep that as a 19-pin spread.
Henley picked up their spare, but in the meantime, another strike for the boys from North Medford.
Yeah, by the looks of things, this thing could come down to a roll-off or maybe another game. I don't know how they run it, but.
So a roll-off isn't an entirely new set of 10 frames, right? How do they do a roll-off?
So in PBA rolls, they roll the 9th and 10th frame, so they'll get 2 guys and they'll roll the 9th frame, and then the anchor will roll the 10th frame, and then it's score for the last 2 frames.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure how high school, in my 19 years I was doing it, Josh, I never run into where we had to do a roll-off.
Well, the reason we're here at all is because we tied the first game, 2-10 apiece.
Right.
Pretty remarkable finish there, but yeah, Henley won the second game, and now in what should be the rubber match, North Bedford is in front, but Henley might get a second chance at life here.
It looks
after
like
this one.
Henley made a pretty good pickup on the spare there. He had a split and he picked it up. So.
Well, like you said, Henley seemingly coming back from a near 30-point deficit earlier this tournament. They've been here before.
Yes, we have.
But North Medford doing a good job of controlling their own destiny. They've now picked up 4 consecutive strikes. They've, 6 in their last 8 frames with a spare jumped in there in the middle. They are knocking them down.
Yeah, as of right now, it looks like they're running about a 30-pin deficit, 32-pin deficit. So it comes down to the 10th frame. I think as long as the anchor on North Medford gets a good pin count, Josh, I think that we're going to go out. We're going to see a roll-off here.
Just went to a strike on their first roll of it.
Yeah, we're going to see a roll-off here. We're going to find out what the rules are for the state, the Oregon Boys Bowling Association, and how they do a roll-off. So after 19 years, I get to see how they do a roll-off, Josh.
First time for everything, Don. We'll try to pay some attention further to our right as well. Looks like we got some of the women bowlers here on 17 and 18 too.
So Josh, I'm going to step away for a second. I'll find out the rules on what they're going to do, okay?
Sure thing, yeah. Well, again, for those of you who may just be joining us here on mybasin.com, appreciate you here on a Sunday at the Epicenter in Klamath Falls for the Oregon High School Bowling State Championships. Right in front of us, we've got Henley and North Medford going at it. They'll likely be going into roll-off again. That's what Don is going to look for. It looks like we've also got the Sheldon girls and maybe the Barlow girls, or well, we'll find out in a moment as well who's next to us. Don, what did you find out?
Well, it looks like they're got one of the Henley coaches going to check it to make sure, but it sounds like they're going to do another game.
Wow.
So. Yeah, so when you put 5 kids together and you can roll over 200, 215, that's actually, a good score for a 5-man team.
Yeah, no doubt.
That just shows you that every kid on the team is, probably good. They could be a good 190 to 210 average bowler, to get to that point. Because if they're rolling that consistent in a team effort, they're probably rolling that consistent in a singles tournament.
So it looks like, we saw Scappoose a little bit earlier knock off Roseburg in their losers bracket. It looks like they've gotten started with their next game as well, which is Scappoose against Bend, right? That would be the Bend school.
Yep, that would be correct. Yeah, Bend was they've got a good team coming out of Bend. That's who we bowl against in our district to get to state, and Henley just barely outs them out in the finals. So I mean, they're as good of a competitor as anybody along here in this top 16.
Well, while we wait for Henley and North Medford to get rolling again, we can go ahead and show you here on the left side, Scappoose and Bend, kind of an angle here, but give you the best look that we can.
Ninth and 10th roll off. Well, it sounds like it's going to be a 9th and 10th roll off, Josh. They
okay. Well, this is for the tournament life of both Henley and North Medford. Again, both of these teams having to battle through the losers bracket here. Big couple of frames coming up for both squads.
Yes, comes down right to this. Well, Josh, looks like we're getting crowded around because everybody wants to see how this roll-off goes.
Doesn't surprise me. It's been a competitive one through 3 full games. North Medford knocks down, it looks like 9 to open.
Yeah, this is where it gets pretty tight, Josh, because only 2 frames. There's not a whole lot of room for error here.
Here's Henley's roll.
That's a good ball. Oh, 9 count too as well. Boy, they're going to make it even more nervous for everybody, aren't they?
We wanted a close one.
They're going to take it down to the anchor guy, Josh. Josh, that's what it's called, the anchor guy. Either you anchor the team down or you hold him back like a boat anchor. One or two.
North Medford picked up their spare. Here's Henley.
Oh my gosh, he missed that one. Well, that puts an interesting twist on this game right now. Just any mark in the 10th frame for North Medford, and they've moving on to the next round.
Here's the roll for North Medford. They leave 1 pin up, it looks like. Oh, 2.
No, they only left 1. 19 count.
Gotcha.
Tells
9
me
and
it was
9.
a single pin. So.
No, that's a 8.
Well, this could get interesting if Henley goes. Oh, I can't see what happened here.
I think they left a couple up there.
Yeah, they did. They got 2 pins. So if North Medford picks this strike up or picks this spare up, it's pretty much a done game for Henley.
Still a lot of pressure, though, for the young man from North Medford. Here he goes. There it is. Henley left it open. There it is. North Medford staving off elimination there. It was a hard-fought battle between North Medford and Henley. Lots of battles over the years.
Yeah, I bet you they wish they could have that 10th frame back in that first round.
Yeah.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, again, North Medford and Henley wound up tied, 2-10 apiece in the first game. Henley left 7, or only knocked down 7 pins in that final roll in the 10th frame in that first game. And wound up coming back to bite him, unfortunately for Henley. So their tournament is concluded. And North Medford advances in the losers bracket. Well, the action continues here at the Epicenter in Klamath Falls. Looks like
yeah, it looks like my son snuck down here to give congratulations all of his old Henley boys.
Well, it certainly takes a lot to get to the state tournament, and for everybody who gets eliminated here in the actual bracket round, right? We started with 16 teams today, but there was a heck of a lot more teams that showed up here in Klamath Falls that didn't make the bracket playoffs.
That's correct.
So just to make it to this point, certainly a testament to the season and how talented these guys and gals are.
Yeah, you know, Josh, sometimes we will go over and play a tournament. We'll get an invitation to the Medford tournament over in Lava Lanes, and they've got a huge program over there. And to see those kids just in Southern Oregon on the west side of the Cascades, how many teams they have to fight to get to state is crazy. And you're talking, that's just Southern Oregon. Then you got Eastern Oregon, Northeastern Oregon. You got Portland. You got mid-state, which includes Albany. I seen Albany this year. That's the first time I've seen Albany in a tournament for many years. So that's good to see that their team's building back up again.
So it looks like North Medford, for their part, advancing. It looks like that's South Salem they'll be playing.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah.
Still got Scappoose and Ben playing on the lane to the left of them, and then over here to our right, looks like
Corbett and
Estacada, perhaps, or Barlow, or is this a
Barlow,
East Side Bowling, perhaps one of those co-ops you were talking about between a couple
that could
schools?
be right. Yeah, so that's a good chance of that. So you'll see that in Bend. They've actually got 4 different schools up in Bend, and they have 2 teams or 2 different schools. They have Bend, and then they have Caldera was the 2 teams this year that came to state.
Sure.
I dropped down into coaching Mazama this last year, and Mazama didn't make state by 8 pins, Josh.
Yeah.
Those kids, it's a young team, and they fought their heart out, and they didn't quite make it.
Certainly an opportunity to be back a year from now. Now, the culmination of high school bowling in Oregon is today. It's February 23rd. When does the season start? When does everyone start getting together for all these festivities?
So even though it's not a school sport, it's an activity sport, to stay within the guidelines, we can't start until winter sports in the high school start. So it's the first week in November.
Gotcha.
They do have junior bowling that starts up in September here at the Epicenter. They'll run about 12, 14 weeks. I think it's only like $5 per kid to bowl for the whole season.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic way to get these kids into something that is, in my opinion, a very safe sport. You know, there's no contact.
Right.
There's no size limitations. You don't have to worry about the size, age, anything.
It's a good environment too. It doesn't seem like there's any kind of, basketball's a good example. You go travel somewhere, you're at a hostile gym, you come to the bowling alley, everyone wants to shake your hand, and while it's a competitive environment, no one is really screaming and yelling at you so much.
Yeah, there's not a separation of the house when you come to a bowling center. I think some of that tests too on Josh. Earlier today, if you were watching the tournament, every 2 games the teams would change lanes, and they were bowling somebody different. So that's how it works, is that you bowl 2 games, then go to another set of lanes, bowl another 2 games, go another set of lanes, and then it was total pins. Once those total pins are figured out, that's how they put the bracket together. So they bowl 30 games.
So in that set, you're not necessarily head-to-head. You're just trying to knock down as many pins as possible, really.
Right. It's a total pin count is what it is. They move forward, and that's how they set the bracket up. It's kind of like, in Daytona 500, the guys try to get the pace car, they try to get the pole position, and everybody starts staggering back there. Same thing. Once you establish how many pin count you got, that's what they put you in the brackets, and you just start working up.
Checking in on South Salem and North Medford. Looks like North Medford just responded with a strike, but they're hanging around South Salem right now, trailing by
they're about 18 pins down right now, working on a strike, and South Salem just on a spare. So how, for the people that don't know how bowling scores, is the strike versus the spare makes a huge difference, because now South Salem, their next first ball, that's their bonus pins. So when South Salem rolls this next ball, that's how many pins they get. North Medford is going to be the next 2 balls. So if you start stringing strikes and you're adding 20 pins to your score plus your strike, that's 30 pins a frame. If you keep running strikes, that's how you gain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm learning something new too.
Yeah.
Well, there was South Salem with that strike there. North Medford's got back-to-back strikes.
So with that double with North Medford, they just caught up 10 pins of that 18 that they were missing. They just went a 9 count, so that's going to slow them back down again a little bit. South Salem just struck, so it's going to be a ping pong back and forth, I think.
Well, North Medford, I guess, doesn't want anything easy. They hung around with Henley for a while. And,
this game there's a lot of pressure out there, Josh. And
I can only imagine.
You take these kids at only between 14 and 18 years old, a senior at 18 maybe, maybe. Most of them are no older than 17. And, you know, that's a lot of pressure on kids.
Yeah. North Medford picked up a spare there in South Salem. Here's their bowler. It's like a 9 count.
Yep, they just got a 9 count. That one kind of comes in pin count. It's only a 7 count, so that 7 pins only gives him 7 extra pins for bonus on that for the 6th frame. So it's interesting how that works on pin count, because that's kind of what happened to Henley on that 7 count strike, or on that 7 count of the last ball. That was his bonus pins that he needed for his last count.
Right. Another strike for South Salem.
South Salem just giving their strikes. They're staying pretty much a pace of 20 pins ahead with North Medford. North Medford's working off spare. Salem's working off of a strike. So North Medford just answered back with a strike. So they're both running a strike in the 8th frame. Looks like 20 pins down, 21 pins down. No, that's one miss and you're all back in it again. So South Salem hasn't been around for a while. I haven't seen them in any of these tournaments for quite a while. They come back into the game again, and those kids look like they're rolling good.
Yeah, and even though they are in the losers bracket, you took the words right out of my mouth. Right now, rolling really good.
Well, you know, Josh, everybody has to go to losers bracket one place or another, and you're looking at the top 4 teams now out of 16. Sure. So now it's become the losers bracket. So.
See what looks like Scappoose and
boy, it looks like the girls up there, they're running within 10 pins of each other, 10, 11 pins, so that's a tight score right now.
That looks like Scappoose and South Medford.
Sheldon and, oh yeah, that's Scappoose and I'm not sure, I can't tell, Hillia?
See if I can take a look at our sheet here.
Look for H in your sheets there, Josh.
Could it be Hillsborough? I'd say that'd have to be South Medford or Hillsborough.
Could be South Medford.
Well, we'll go ahead and try to show our camera over there. At least this first game looks fairly decided between North and South Salem. So we'll try to move on over here. Take a look at these girls wrapping up between Scappoose and South Medford.
It's not mine. It's mine.
It might be a little difficult to see. If you can see on your screen there at the top, there with the green screens, 19 and 20, a little down the ways.
Yeah, it looks like they could actually come in. They need an 8 count or better to win that game. That's a nail biter down there too, Josh. Boy, they got that one. They pulled out 143 to 140, Josh.
Wow.
That took it right down to the gal that was running anchor. She had to roll 3 strikes in a row to get that game.
Did it, huh?
Yep, she did. That's called a clutch bowling right there.
Yeah, no doubt. Looks like we're nearly ready to start the second matchup between South Salem and North Medford too. And as we had kind of discussed previously, them switching up the lanes there. And we'll have a second one coming up between the Scappoose girls and what we believe to be South Medford. The Scappoose boys are hanging around too. It looks like they may have eliminated Band. We'll try to get confirmation on that here in a minute, but don't see the guys from Band anywhere. Didn't see if they finished up. Do you know if they, did anyone say anything to you about if they got eliminated?
I didn't hear from Ben.
They're done? So we'll bring it back around to North Medford and South Salem. What do we got here? Hillsboro. Okay. Go ahead and move your mic up a little bit closer there, Don. There you go. Start hearing you again. So.
Well, I just wasn't talking, Josh.
It's all right.
Yes, I talked to one of the bowlers from Ben, and yes, they did go out on 2 games on that last round, so they were out of the tournament.
So Scappoose advanced again there. And we got confirmation that these girls we thought were South Medford over here, actually Hillsboro.
Yeah.
Hillsboro up by the Portland area. And again, they're on lanes 19 and 20 against the girls from Scappoose. It's the blue screens there on the right side. For those of you looking, blue shirts and the orange skirts.
North Medford just picked up a decent little spare. It's kind of hard when the pins are sitting side by side, even though the ball would hit both of them going between them. You have to throw that ball just right to get it.
Go ahead and take a look back here at South Salem and North Medford going at it on 13 and 14.
Boy, they are running tight and tight. There's one pin off, and one's worked off a strike and one's worked off a spare.
So it looks like we've also got Sheldon and the east side bowlers, I believe, here near us. Looking at Corbett, Estacada, Barlow. I think they operate under Estacada's school logo, but
looks like South Medford is, or South Salem is putting the heat on North Medford at this point in time. They working on a double, and well, that young gentleman just threw a great ball in the 6th frame, which gives them 3 in a row. Josh, they call that a turkey in our world.
yeah.
When somebody can say the old gobble gobble, it makes everybody feel happy.
North Medford responded with a spare for their part, it looks like, but still trailing, at least at this point, and they are a frame back of South Salem too. But we saw South Salem in that previous game jump out in front a little bit and then just kind of keep North Medford there at arm's length. I think that might just be their strategy again going forward.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing a good job on keeping ahead of them.
Left it open
Yeah,
there.
they just come in with a baby split. There's that opportunity that I keep talking about. Now, if North Medford can take advantage of this, depending on what happens with South Salem, if they pick this up or not, if they miss it, then that gives the North Medford that little edge, that 20 pins. But unfortunately, North Medford just left a big split. There we go. That's a nice shot for that young man in South Salem.
That's what you were kind of saying, where that ball can connect with both pins without really changing direction. That was a really nice roll.
Yeah, they call that a baby split. So the ball can touch both pins. That's always a nicer split to try to pick up without having to shove one pin over like with North Medford. They have to send one pin over to connect with the other one.
Checking in on Sheldon and Estacada over here on 17 and 18. They're bowling pretty close as well over here.
Yeah, that was a good pickup for that spare. That 10 pin is really hard for kids to pick up, and actually grown-ups also. You always have to cross the lane over, and if your ball has any hook at all, it's hard to grab that pin. There's a good clutch play on lane 18, picked up a 3-pin spare. So yeah, they're running only 16 pins difference between those two teams. That's going to be a nail biter coming down these last 3 frames, 2 frames actually. Then on lane 13, the dreaded stone 8-pin for Medford. That's when you throw a great ball, Josh, and it leaves 1 pin, and you're thinking, what just happened to me?
Sure, that question might be asked a lot right now on North Medford's bench there. They had a lot of momentum coming into this one against South Salem, and they're in danger of going 2 and through here against them.
Yeah, it looks like South Salem's going to be taking this one 2-0 on this round.
Boy, that was a great roll there by South Salem.
So all that South Salem needs now is a mark in the 10th, and they got North Medford shut out. But North Medford, that's if North Medford punches out. So they'd have to punch out, and South Salem get nothing on their. Yep, looks like North Medford is seeing their fate today.
Looks like Eastside's trying to seal the deal here, get close to it on lane 18. And it's fair.
There's a good clutch play on a single pin.
Sheldon only trails by a handful, it seems, though, so they can come up something big here.
Yeah, they're that's that baby split we were talking about, Josh. You got 2 pins sitting side by side. The ball could touch both of them, but you have to throw it just right. So it looks like Escada is going forward, or gonna win that one.
We've been talking about South Salem and North Medford. Looks like that one's final is at 193-161.
Yeah, the South Salem hasn't rolled their last ball yet, so they're not done at 193. So they're going to go a 2-0 something on their roll.
They've advanced though. They can gotta roll it for purposes of finalizing the game, but it's over.
So it looks like Escadia is moving forward, and Sheldon is out.
We've got, looks like the Westview boys and South Medford here to the left, still going at it. I believe Hillsboro and Scappoose girls are still bowling. They've got a couple of frames left.
Boy, Hillsboro is just running away with that.
Yeah, they've
one,
been
Josh.
out in front for some time. They've had a really good go at it this game.
Yeah, they're rolling a good game on this one, and
try to take a look over here at
Scappoose is they're just struggling to even get a mark in that game.
Hey, how about it?
There we go. That's a nice way to at least finish out the day, right?
Little strike there for the girls from Scappoose. And here again on the left, you've got Westview there in the darker colored uniforms, South Medford in the light blue. They're on lanes 9 and 10. As a coach, you're trying to teach these kids how to bowl. How much do you focus on velocity of the ball coming down the lane versus placement amongst the pins once it makes contact with those pins?
You know, Josh, an old bowler explained to me years ago to help me out, this game is not a game of power, it's a game of deflection. And if you can hit them pins the right way, they deflect the right way, you will carry the right way.
Yeah.
And I've lived off of that through my coaching years. I get a lot of kids that try to throw it really hard, and hard doesn't mean anything. That's why I said a small kid can bowl just as good as a big kid, because he throws the ball right and he gets the right deflection off the pins.
Sure.
You know, there's a lot in this game that there's a lot in this game that that the kids don't understand, is that it just comes down to being consistent, rolling the right ball, hitting your mark all the time, and consistently coming off the hand at the same all the time, and that's really what it comes down to.
Sure.
If you can't consistently throw the ball consistently, then you're not going to throw a good game. And then it comes down to spares. You know, your younger kids, they don't have the power to carry all the time. So once they leave something, they have to learn to pick it up.
Right, it becomes about accuracy at that point.
Yep, it does.
Well, the reason I asked is because I'm seeing these Westview guys roll this ball pretty darn quick down the lane, and it just made me think, you know, how much is that an edge over, you know, being more precise or what it might be?
So the game has progressed to probably at least 70% of these kids have come in starting rolling at what they call a two-hand release, and that creates a lot more revs, and that sends pins a lot more directions, and you get a lot better carry on that. So it's the new age of bowling, and there's a lot of kids that are doing it now, and that's what it comes down to. It has nothing to do with power. It has to do with saving the energy for the ball until you go to release it, and then creating all the energy on the downswing and the release.
So it looks like the boys teams we got down there, South Salem has advanced. They're playing Scappoose right now. South Medford and Westview just wrapped up a game. They just started a new one. And then down here on the girls' side, it looks like East Side and Summit, or Estacada and Summit rather, have just begun, a couple of frames deep. And looks like Hillsboro just wrapping up against Scappoose over there on 19 and 18.
Yeah, this one against Estacada and Sheldon, they're running pretty tight right now. That with Sheldon doing the open in the third frame, that puts Estacada back in the game again, because Estacada is going to have a bonus ball here soon in the fourth frame.
We'll take a look here at Estacada there in the black, and then Summit there just to the right of them with the green accents.
That's actually Sheldon.
Oh, pardon me, Sheldon.
You're good, buddy.
A lot of these S schools, we've been talking about these big schools and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, Josh, again, Estacada, you can see different names on the back of their shirt. That was probably a co-op team that was put together with several schools that couldn't have enough bowlers, but they were able to build a team by putting several bowlers from different schools.
Estacada, Barlow, Centennial, Corbett, I think, was on the back of one of them as well.
Yeah. I see one says scorekeeper. I don't think that's a school. I think that's probably one of the moms.
That was a good example there by kind of Sheldon of what you were talking about there. They didn't pick up the strike, but the velocity, not necessarily there, but an accurate roll knocked down 8 pins.
Yeah. Yeah, that it's amazing how the next ball after a mark makes a huge difference, especially on a spare, because if you get 8 pins, you get 8 extra bonus. If you only get 4 pins, that's only 4 extra bonus. You just lost 4 pins that team could have picked up. And as a coach in this caliber of kids, I always hope to at least get a minimum 8-pin bonus off any spare. And that's what I look for in kids. I don't look for the 10. I don't look for the strike. I just look for you to throw a good ball, give me a good count, and usually if it's a good count, usually it's something simple to pick up. So, but as a coach, that's what I always try preaching, because I never try to preach you got to be an A-plus kid, because the A-pluses will come eventually. You just have to try to be consistent, and that's what the name of this game is. Boy, this one with Estacada and Sheldon is going back and forth depending on what this team member on Sheldon does. She's got a 6 count, leaving 4. That's kind of a tough spare to pick up, and she does it. That was a great shot.
Nicely done. And for those of you who may just be joining us on mybasin.com, we're here at the Epicenter in Klamath Falls for the 2025 Oregon High School State Bowling Championships. We're nearing the end of the day. Not quite there yet. Still plenty of bowling to go, but going through the bracket, and it looks like we've got, right now, 4 guys teams bowling, and I think we've got 6 girls teams left is my guess right now, so they're running a little bit behind, but yeah, we're getting close to the end here. When we get down to 4 teams for the guys, how I understand it is we're going to see 1 team out of that group eliminated, and then the winner of that loser's bracket game will go on to face the loser of what is probably the 1s and 2s going at it in South Medford and Westview right now. Just based off my understanding of how the bracket works. That'll be the 3rd place game, and then once you advance to that championship, you got to beat the top seed twice, or the top team in that winner's bracket twice.
Yep, that's a tough go, because when you get to those top teams like that, anybody can roll a great game.
Sure.
And it's not like it's because they're a loser. They got put there from a winning team that you had to go against, and they eventually both get put in there. And again, Josh, earlier today we just watched North Medford and Henley go against each other. North Medford sent Henley home, and then the next set, North Medford went home. Those were the 1 and 2 teams last year in state. So that just shows you the caliber of bowling that there is out here, because every year it could be your number, or you could have that number going home early. Yeah,
it was South Salem who sent North Medford home a little while ago, and they're over there bowling right now against Scappoose. The loser there is eliminated. The winner will play the loser between Westview and South Medford. Still looking at Estacada and Sheldon here on the live stream here on 17 and 18.
Yeah, so this Estacada on the lane 17, 10 pin. Everybody call that the dreaded 10 pin. That's a tough pin to pick up, because you have to cross the lane to try to get it. This young woman just took a great shot at it and just missed the pin.
As a right-handed bowler, do you attack that differently, left versus right-handed? Because if you're left-handed, you can sort of go across the lane, but I guess.
Yeah.
As an inexperienced person, as a right-handed, and it's on the right side of the lane, go right at it.
So a left-hander can actually still throw a hook ball because it's going to hook over to it. A right-hander has to try to kill the hook.
Right.
To try to keep it from hooking because you have no lane on the right side of that pin to hold the ball. So
you got to be as straight as an arrow.
Yep, you do. You have to, or you have to change your hand position. You see, walking around the epicenter, you see 52 bags of bowling balls laying around. There's a lot of reason for that. People might not understand how that works, but the best way I've explained to people is a golfer has 13 clubs that for a reason.
Sure.
And you have when I go to a tournament, I usually take about 8 bowling balls with me, and none of them do the same thing.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, is it just in the weight, or is it in the shape? I mean,
it's cover stock and weight block on how it shifts through the ball. And you have some balls that will go down and hook late. You have some balls that hook up early. You have some balls that my spare ball doesn't hook at all. That's what I use. I'm a left-handed bowler. I use that for a spare ball. And it goes as straight as arrow, and that's what I use. And if you don't have that option in your bag, then you have to try to figure out how to kill your hook in the ball.
Right.
But there is a lot of technology into bowling when you start getting advanced, and these kids are today. Probably, I'll bet you 80% of these kids at least brought 4 to 6 bowling balls with them today.
Much like every other sport, go in the way of the analytics.
Correct. Well, and Josh, they put an oil pattern on these lanes, and the oil breaks down, and you have to find a different reaction to keep working that oil line that is created.
And not only is every bowling alley you'll go to different, every lane in some cases can be
different.
Correct.
Yes. So just in my experience here at the epicenter, as the lanes go from 1 to 32, it always gets a little bit slicker throughout the whole house. And if you're bowling on the low side, which we call 1, 2, 3, and 4 versus 28 through 32, it don't hook as much on the high side as it does on the low side of the house. And that's just something you learn as a bowler, that for bowling here for as many years as I've had.
Yeah.
And so every house has that pair of lanes that has something different to it. And it's not just that, it's who was bowling before you, what did they do? We've seen where you come up on a set of lanes that a lot of people bowled a plastic ball that don't hook. Well, that actually pushes oil down the lane, so now your ball's not going to hook as much. Or you bowl with somebody that had a lot of reactive balls that ate up the oil, so now your ball's going to hook more. And as that happens throughout the whole day, that's how the oil patterns change, and even from lane to lane depends on how they were bowled on.
Sure, another good example, I guess, going back to golf, greens on a golf, you got to see what the guys before you do, how it breaks, if it breaks, things like that.
Yeah.
Being observant and whatnot.
Yeah.
Checking on the guys over here on the left side. Looks like our girls are wrapped up.
Yeah, it looks like Sheldon's moving forward.
So again, here we've got Westview and South Medford on 10 and 9. And then we've got Scappoose on 7 and South Salem on 8. And there's the bowler from South Salem going to pick up a spare, and he does.
That game looks like between South Medford and Westview. Looks like Westview shut out South Medford by quite a bit. Looks like they can only go 160, and Westview shot 210. Looks like they're walking away from the lane, so I'm going to guess that Westview must have advanced forward off of that set. I don't see him looking at switching lanes at all.
Looks like you may be correct there. In the meantime, for South Salem and Scappoose, they are just getting started in their game.
Yeah,
I haven't at least been keeping super close tabs. If I had to guess, they're probably in their third by now.
I'm going to guess so, because they were staying pretty even with the other team, and so the other team must have went 2 and out. And with them collecting up their bowling balls and heading to the bags, I'm going to say that one is done. A lot of cheering going from the South Salem team, so that must have been a good shot down there. Let's see.
South Salem down there picking up another strike. Teams going blow for blow with Scappoose and South Salem down there on the far side again. Loser of that game is eliminated. The winner will advance, I believe, to play South Medford, who just lost to Westview. The winner of that game would advance to play Westview for the state championship. Now, in that scenario, Westview, again, we've said it before, but for those who may just be joining us, Westview would have to lose twice to lose the state championship, whereas they would only have to win once to claim that coveted state championship, having come from the winner's portion of the bracket. At least that's the information that we have right now, and we're going to probably grab an update on it here in just a moment.
So, Josh, I walked down to get a little update for us. South Salem and Scappoose they only bowled one game so far.
Gotcha.
South Salem won the first game. So it's a 1-0 right now in that set.
South Salem's been on some type of roll. I mean, they
have. They've been rolling great.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where they ended up in the bracket to start, but once they got to the bracket, they have been doing great.
They must have somewhere in there dropped a game, but yeah, they have played well since then with their tournament on the line. They are coming through and
oh, he just fanned a single pin open. Those are the ones as us coaches don't like to see.
Yeah,
the single pins.
And I'm sure you know, when your team is hot, like the majority of South Salem has been, right? They've been on quite the roll. It's probably a lot easier to coach that group. There's probably a lot less you have to say, but when it comes down to it, if you've got a kid who is struggling, what can you say? Because it's such an individualistic sport. Do you try to let them break the hump? Do you try to coach them out of a slump? I mean, how do you attack that?
Well, it's a day-by-day thing, Josh. We as coaches start trying to pay attention to how the kids are reacting. And my theory on coaching is I need the rest of the team to help pick that kid up. I've coached for many years. I've had kids tear down kids, and the rest of the team falls.
Yeah.
And if I have one kid that's falling and the rest of the team grabs him and picks him up, he eventually starts bowling better. And it's all about a mental game today. That's all it is today. As a coach, to get to that, to advance, is I need to start watching the lanes and read them for the kids, because they have a hard time reading what's going on with the lanes, because they only get 2 balls a frame. They're not throwing the whole game.
Sure.
So as a coach, you try to watch how the lanes are breaking down, so you can line those kids, keep those kids lined up, and say, hey, I need you to go get this ball here, because I think it'll work better for you. But the mental game is huge today. It's, if you can keep that kid upbeat, he's going to do better. If you let somebody tear him down, he's going to get worse, and the ones that are tearing him down are going to get worse because they think they got to keep up with him.
South Salem just bowled a strike. Scappoose in response leaves one pin. It was wobbling. It wanted to fall, but it didn't. And Same for South Salem. I believe they left one as well. Scappoose picked up their spare.
South Medford must have picked their spare up too because the score didn't go into the 9th frame like it should have. So that tells me that it's waiting for the bonus pins. It's awful quiet down there, Josh.
Focus.
I'm wondering what's happening. It's either they both think they're defeated or they don't know what to do.
Yeah. I mean, it's focused. Both teams fighting for their seasons right now for Scappoose and South Salem. Pressure-packed rolls each and every time down the lanes. So much bowling in a single day, but at a certain point, I mean, like you said, these kids bowl throughout the season, you know, so many games a day, but here at the end, does fatigue become a factor?
Well, it does, Josh. You think that people are saying, oh my gosh, you guys bowled 30 games a day. And then
that's what I'm saying.
Then you say, well, you only bowled 2 frames a day, so they think, well, that's not really a whole lot of bowling. But you're still standing there for 30 games that day. You know, you still – and you, as you're paying attention, these kids don't sit down.
Sure.
They stand up. I mean, for the unfortunately for the crowd, don't get to watch the bowling too much because they are seeing the heads of the kids.
Well, it kind of looks like, I mean, you look at the people behind us, it sort of looks like the last scene of Happy Gilmore, you know, when they start climbing the telephone poles to get a view of the green.
Correct.
We've got people on lockers and vending machines. They did bring bleachers into the epicenter here, and that did help quite a bit. But, yeah, you got to get on whatever you can.
Yeah. You know, Don Marquardt, the owner of the Epicenter, does a great job.
Yeah.
He brings things in for our kids. One thing I'll commend him on too, and for traveling throughout the state of Oregon as a coach, they can't believe that our house gives us our free practice. So our kids don't pay for practice during the we bowl two days a week for practice. And also during the non-practice time, all the way through the season, these kids get to pay for $1.25 a game.
Wow.
So there's a great thing that for these kids that want to come out and try to bowl here in Klamath Falls is that they get a lot of stuff for a very reasonable price.
Well, the community seems to support it for sure. And as a lot of things here in Klamath Falls with the community supporting it, it's great that we can all get behind it. So just got word that we'll have the boys championships, well, soon enough, eventually, on lanes 13 and 14 here. Those will be at the purple monitors, at least at this point on your screen. The girls are going to be over on 19 and 20, which is a fair bit to our right side. We'll do our best to get all the action for you for between both of those matchups as we get closer to crowning the 2025 state champions.
Yeah, it looks like we have South Medford and South Salem going up against each other for the semifinal.
Well, how about it then? South Salem going, at least as far as we know, back-to-back 2-0 games through the losers bracket to advance now to play South Medford. And then winner there advances to play Westview in the championship. Loser goes home. Certainly, though, South Salem, they're on a roll. Like we said, at least 2 in a row, they've 2-0'd their opponent. They're going to be bowling on 11 and 12 here. What a way to start.
Always a great way to start with a strike. That kind of puts pressure on the other team. You know, there's always something. Each kid has his own way of doing it, Josh. I have kids that want to wait to see what they have to do, and I have kids that want to hurry up and force the hand on the other kid, you know? So who gets to go first, right?
Well, when you're bowling hot like South Salem is, just getting out there and trying to make a statement feels like a sound strategy, and try to, right from the get, make South Medford feel like they're playing catch-up.
That was a great pickup from South Medford kid. He had what they call a sleeper. You got one pin sitting right behind the other one, and those are always tough to pick up, especially when you have a multiple pin count. He had a 6 count or a 4 count on his for a spare with a sleeper in it, and that was actually a very good pickup.
Here's South Salem trying to go for a spare.
Oh, those are the ones the coaches have a hard time with. That ball, he just slowed the ball up and it overhooked on him, and he just went right past the pin.
Can also see the boys from Westview. They're camped out here watching this semifinal, effectively a semifinal, go down between these two teams. How much can you learn from watching another team, or how much is it just focusing in on yourself and bowling the best game that you can?
So you actually can come down and watch kids bowl and see how the reaction of their ball's going, and kind of bleed off of that. The difference is right now is that the finals are not going to be rolled on the same lane as the kids that are rolling now, but they still can kind of get an idea on how the balls are reacting, because if they've been sitting for like 3 or 4 sets, that's what happened to Henley last year. We set for 3 sets before we even got to the final, because we went through all the way. We were in the same position Westview is right now.
Sure.
Last year, and so when you're sitting through that many sets, the lanes can change even at that point in time.
Yeah.
You know, the heat in the house starts evaporating the oil. There's all kinds of things that change the shot throughout the whole game.
You'd think it would be a disadvantage for Westview to battle through that top seed, and now they have to sit and wait. However, we did find out that what happened to Henley last year in terms of trying to come out cold and bowl in a championship won't happen this year. It sounds like they're going to give the kids ample time to warm back up and get ready to bowl for a state championship.
Yeah, so what'll happen is on the second game of the final, before Westview is able to see who they're going to bowl, they'll open up a set of lanes and let the kids start just warming up and practicing. And that was a correct statement. Last year, Henley, we sat for probably about 45 minutes without anything. And when you're bowling all day long and then sit cold like that,
right,
it's bad enough on an old guy like this, like me, but even kids, it just takes a toll on them. I've seen my kids laying over on chairs trying to get rest, and when they come out, it's just like you just knocked them out of bed and combed their hair and said, let's go bowling.
Right.
So, it was kind of tough to watch, and so we productively had brought something up to the state tournament director, and he said he would change that for this year for the kids, which I think is a great thing.
I would agree.
It's just glad to hear that somebody's willing to listen, you know. If there's something that comes up that can make it better and they're willing to listen, that's a great thing. That makes it look like we have the right guy in the position.
Yeah.
Well, those guys looks like they're trying to hand it back and forth to each other, not really doing much good. They're looks like they're about 9 pins from each other, and both working on a single pin spare. Oh, that's a big split there. Sometimes when you get in this position, you look at those kids and they say, "Can I go home, please, coach?" We've had our fun for the day, and tell me if we win or not.
Yeah. spare picked up there for South Salem. Looks like we've got girls action down the way on the right. I know Hillsboro is down there, and I can't quite make out who that white uniform is.
I think that's Roseburg.
Roseburg.
Yeah. You know, Roseburg's always been a pretty competitive team in state tournaments always, both girls and boys. So Josh, kind of going through these list of kids that are our teams, looking at Henley, it just got put out in the quarterfinals. Looks like there's only one senior on that team, so that team's most of that team is coming back next year, which is great. That's great news. Westview, I see no seniors on that league, on that team, so you're talking a team that can only get stronger for next year. And if they're sitting at the top seed this year, that means that they're going to be strong again next year.
Yeah, they're going to be bowling for a state championship.
They're going to be one to contend with next year. Scappoose just got put out in the last round. Looks like they had 3 seniors out of the 8. So yeah, that looks like. And then South Salem. It looks like South Salem is losing 3 of their bowlers this year. So could be some changing up next year on some of the teams that are going to sit in the top seeds, but it looks like Westview is one to contend with because they are not losing 1 bowler next year. So if they stay with it.
Always impressive to see a young group probably exceed expectations here and come in and get ready to bowl for a state championship.
Yeah, correct. Well, and how this works, Josh, as a coach, we could bring 8 kids max with our team when we come to state. So even though it's a five-person team, we can bring up to 3 subs with us. And I always take 8 kids when I go to state, and I do tell them, you know, guys, that you might not get to bowl that much, but I want you to have the experience. But you never know when that one kid that might not be one of your top 5 kids, he wants to show how good he can do that day.
Yeah.
And that's why you take him, you know, because you need some kind of break. You need to give the kids that are bowling the rest.
Well, especially when we talk about what was going on here yesterday. I mean, we were bowling from the early morning to mid-afternoon yesterday, game after game after game after game. That can certainly be taxing, not only physically, but, I mean, mentally. Like you said, standing up, and 7 hours later we're still bowling. It's, you know, obviously it's part of the competition, but it can have some sort of mental fatigue after some time.
Yeah, it does. So a couple things that happen with the kids, you know, they come in high expectation, you know, being one of the top seeds. They won their district, and let's say they are sitting down in 6th place in the bracket after the first day. That's a mental stress. That's a mental stress on them. And boy, that game right there is tight.
Yeah, we're in the 10th frame now. South Salem just bowled a strike. It looked like to pull a couple in front, perhaps. And South just responded, I think.
No, they finished with 139, and looks like South Salem has claimed this first game out of the 2.
Boy, these boys wearing white have come here with a vengeance.
Looks like the anchor for South Salem is a lefty, and there's a lot of advantage to that. If you got a good bowler, it's a left-handed bowler. The advantage is there's not as many people bowling on that side of the lane, so your shot don't go away as quick. Henley has that advantage with Carson Sims. He's a young gentleman that has bowled since he probably can walk, and he's been a great bowler. Loved coaching him in the past. And he's a left-handed bowler, so he kind of has that. He has that advantage.
So we got at least one more game coming up between South Salem and South Medford.
Yeah, so look at the scores there, Josh. 139 to 150. those are some low scores compared to the games we were watching here about 30 minutes ago.
Right. I mean, just going back to Henley, they had a game where both themselves and North Medford scored 210, and we'd seen games exceed that mark since then. This game specifically, you'd mentioned it. It started out maybe a little bit sloppy, a lot of pins left open, but that's when South Salem, towards the end, they really kicked it into another gear to end that last game.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about, the fatigue and the mental stress and everything these kids are going through. It's a long day. It's not done yet.
Well, even today, the bowling started at 8 a.m. And here we are, 2:30 plus local time here in Klamath Falls. For those who might be watching out of the state, it's been nearly 5 hours of bowling so far.
Well, looking down at the girls, it looks like we have North Bend going against Sheldon.
We'll take a look in over there just to give you a look.
Then you have Roseburg against Hillsboro. North Bend has always been a good school. They're very strong, boys and girls. I'm kind of surprised not to see North Bend in the run here as far as boys go this year. But they come out of a really, really strong district. Looks like South Salem has jumped out with 3 spare and 2 strikes. South Medford has gone spare strikes. See what he does here. Just open on that one.
Well, North Bend, for their part on the girls' side, just picked up a spare.
Yeah. A great shot with a girl from Sheldon.
Left one pin there for North Bend. Chance to pick up a spare for them.
Oh, that's a tough break for South Medford. He just missed a single pin spare.
Well, the girls, Sheldon and North Medford, trading strikes right now, it seems.
Trading punches, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Sheldon's got a double and North Medford's working off of the spare.
Left one up on that roll. Go back to our pair of southern teams, South Medford and South Salem. And here they are on lanes 11 and 12. And South Medford looking for a spare, and they got it. South Salem's built out a fairly nice lead over South Medford at this point. Well, after that, though.
Yeah, it looks like they're only sitting. You got a baby split over on South Salem, sitting within 10 pins of each other right now. Depends on how these spares work out.
They've bowled most of these games out by about 20 or so pins. They pick up a spare there.
Yeah, so that with that one making it and this one here making. Oh, he missed it. That looked like he had that ball in there. Looked like he had it made.
That's
so
back
that
to
puts
back
him
for South, leaving a spare off on the table there.
Yeah, so that puts him 20 pins ahead right now.
And across the way, you might be able to see him on your screen there. We've got the guys from Westview warming up now. They're getting ready for their championship.
This is the second game here in the semifinals, so that's when they're able to get up and start practicing a little bit.
Now again, if South Salem is able to win here, they will advance to the state championship. If South Medford wins this game, they'll go to a third.
Correct. Yeah, big unfortunate break on this last ball with South Medford. He threw a kind of a light pocket hit, but it left a 7-10 split, which is pretty much not makeable.
Picked up one, best you can hope for in that situation.
So they're not out of it yet. They're only 19 pins down, but these guys punch out. South Medford punches out, and South Salem goes spare, high count. They still can lose. But unfortunately, South Medford just left a three count. But South Salem just fanned a spare. So if South Medford picks this one up, that puts them within only basically 7 pins. Oh, that didn't work out very good. So they're sitting 18 pins down. So it comes down to the 10th frame again. Josh, it's not good news for South Medford, but it doesn't mean they're out of the game yet.
Where South Salem wants to be, though, again, that 18 to 20 pin range up here in the final stretch. They can taste it. They are close to a state championship appearance.
Yeah. Oh, that didn't work. Well, looks like South Salem is moving on. South Medford has always been a great competition throughout the years that I've bowled in state with the kids. They always seem to be that last team that has to pack up and go home.
Yeah. Well, and you know, overall a great showing at this performance. Even though they lose this game, that'd be a third place finish at the state event. That's a medal.
Yep, that's top three. That's top three right there.
Now, in some cases, this is not the end of the season for some of these bowlers, right? There is an all-star circuit that goes around after the Oregon State tournament, correct?
Correct. So at every district tournament, they cut the top 6 kids, and they take them, and it's called an all-stars tournament. They can go there and bowl for scholarship money, and that's something that people don't understand. There's actually some scholarship money in this program for kids, and they're able to bowl for that. A lot of the other tournaments that they go out and bowl, it's not just for fun. They're actually bowling for scholarship money.
Yeah.
I mean, top 3 places get scholarship money. My son got a little bit of that back in the day when he was bowling. So there's actually some programs out there that really work out well for these kids.
You see South Medford there taking their team photo. Their tournament is complete, but a good overall showing for the Panthers. And a third place finish, the 2025 Oregon High School Bowling State Tournament.
Oh, the Medford coach, he don't want to get in on this picture, but they're making him.
He deserves it.
He does.
Coach needs to be in the photo.
Yeah, he's a good guy. many years, me and him go back and forth at each other. So it's pretty funny.
So our championship is going to be between Westview and South Salem. We haven't seen Westview up close yet this tournament, or at least I haven't. They've been mostly on the other side of the alley, but we've seen South Salem, and they've gone 3 now in a row, 2-0ing their opponents en route to this state championship appearance. And again, we'll remind you that in order to win the championship, South Salem would have to knock off Westview twice, whereas Westview only has to win once to be crowned state champions.
Yeah, this thing can go up to 6 games long, Josh.
Yeah.
So it's the best 2 out of 3 the first round, and then the best 2 out of 3 the second round. So this thing could be a 6-game roll-off right now.
In the meantime, for the girls who are bowling over here on 19 and 20, it's North Bend and Sheldon. They're a little ways into this one. They're on the orange monitors on 19 and 20. Here's North Bend.
They are tight. This game could go right down to the last ball, Josh. We got 140 in the 9th for Sheldon and 138 in the 9th for North Bend. Sheldon's working off of a spare. North Bend just working off of a strike. So the pin count right here can make a huge difference with Sheldon. Actually, she didn't pick up the spare, so she's sitting at 148. So all the young lady on North Bend has to do is pick up 1 pin, and she's moving. They won that game. That was a nail biter right there. That was a true competitor right there, Josh. She knows she has the game, but she was still frustrated with the shot she made because it wasn't the best ball out of her hand, but they still won that game. But that's a true competitor right there.
Yeah. It's stuff you love to see from young athletes, really passion for their sport.
That young lady rolls a good ball. Really got great form. Really doing a good job. So I see Sheldon and North Bend switching up.
No, this is still the loser's bracket. So we haven't got the winner's bracket yet.
Haven't got to the 3rd place game? Okay. So I just found out that game on 19 and 20 between Sheldon and North Bend they're still in the losers bracket of things. They're waiting to see who wins this one to advance then to a 3rd place with the championship still looming. I'll be curious if these guys decide to get started a little bit early before the girls finish, or if we decide to culminate with our championship games right in front of us at the same time. I'd love to see both going at once.
They usually don't make the boys wait for the girls in history.
Sure.
You know, because it wouldn't be fair to them to make them sit cold for half an hour, 45 minutes.
And that makes sense.
A lot of variables that happen in these tournaments. Obviously, the boys are stronger bowlers, so they don't have to throw as many 2 balls per frame. That's what kind of separates the boys and the girls as far as timing goes. And then if you have more 2 out of 3s instead of just winning 2 and moving on, that kind of makes a difference.
Right, we've seen a lot of 2-0s in the guys' side of the bracket.
Yeah.
It feels like most of the games have gone that route, save for North Medford and Henley, which was one of the first games we had on the broadcast today, which went 4 in a sense. They had a roll-off after 3, but so here we go. We got a state championship underway here on the left side. We'll keep eyes on this right here in front of us. On 13 and 14.
We'll keep the semifinals and the girls in our peripheral vision here. Going to a lot of these tournaments, Josh, you see a lot of these kids that used to be like 8, 9 years old at these tournaments, and then all of a sudden now they're in high school now, and you kind of forget who they were, and now they're bowling against you. Looks like old Sheldon just jumped out with a double. These two teams are going play for play, both with a spare in the first frame and both struck second frame. So they're going frame for frame here.
That's what it's all about.
When you get down to this, that's what you got to do if you want to move forward.
Here's Westview for their third frame. Wow. Here we go.
This is what you call trading punches right now, Josh.
Oh, yes. It's exciting.
This is what you like to see in the finals. That you got to earn it instead of just walk away from it. Or walk away with it. It's always nice to see a good strong finish on the last two.
Here's Westview for their fourth, leaving it looks like 3 up there. Might have been 4.
Yeah, it looks like a 4 count, Josh. They call this the bucket. You get a little weak on the head pin, it leaves a bucket, and everybody hates the bucket because there's always a sleeper right there in that bucket somewhere. Nice cover.
Oh, with that pin right behind it, that's where that velocity comes in. You want to go through that front pin and then into the next one. South Salem responds with a strike, but that's kind of what I was saying about Westview. Watching them from a distance, they throw the ball so darn hard.
So, Josh, you know what they call 4 strikes in a row?
What do they call that?
They call that a ham bone. I think
Is there a dance associated with that, or is that just the turkey?
Well, no, just the turkey's got the dance associated with it, but I think somebody that come up with all these sayings with bowling must have been hungry at one time because he's calling it turkey and then he calls it the ham bone, right?
Very true. Westview for their 6th frame. Perfect.
Yeah, they're staying right in this game. With South Salem missing, getting that one. See how he picks it up or not. He picks it up, so that keeps that team strong. And then we have everybody's rolling into the 7th frame now. But with the double on Westview, that puts us within about a 10-pin game right now.
Westview for their 7th. Looks good. Is good.
That was a strong shot right there. That was a clutch play. And then South Salem answers back. This is a showdown, Josh.
Yeah, this is the real deal, a real championship bout.
Yeah, it is. Kind of veering over here to the peripheral vision. Looks like the girls are kind of hanging in there. trading punches as well, just on this semifinal round. Ooh, that's the one that everybody's not hoping to get. This is what they call the Greek church. Well, no, he left, the 10 pin fell out, so it's not a Greek church anymore. But you get 3 on one side and 2 on the other. They call that a Greek church, Josh. And South Salem just answered to that and said, we're going to stay on it, boys.
That's 5 strikes in 8 frames for them. They got 2 left to go. So Westview looks to wrap up their 8th frame here.
Oh, man, that was a good effort on that behalf of that one.
Looks like Sheldon just knocked down a strike in their semifinal as well.
Yeah, they're running a strong game. They haven't gotten open yet in this game here. That just goes to show you, Josh, you know, that girls can actually score as good as boys. I mean, they're running as strong as these kids over here on the boys' side right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, they're running a really good, strong game. They can finish up in an over 200 game on that. Sheldon can.
Looks like South Salem has the edge here going into the pivotal 10th frame.
Yeah, they have shut Westview out on the first game. Best Westview can do is 205, and South Salem has got 208 right now without a ball being thrown. So they've shut them out on the first game.
Well, with this one all but decided, at least for this opening game, we will check in on Sheldon and North Bend. The ladies going at it over here on 19 and 20.
Yeah, they're rolling strong. Sheldon has got a great game going on right now. They're not going to be stopped. .235 to 193. Well, it started out as a good showdown, and then it just kind of, South Salem just caught an extra gear and hit nitro.
It's kind of what they've been doing for a lot of these games. They get to, you know, that second half of 10 frames, and boy, they really kick it into a new gear. Here's North Bend. Oh, tough split. Getting ready for the second game between South Salem here and Westview. South Salem getting things started seemingly the only way they know how, and that's with a strike. Again, this is the state championship for the boys between Westview and South Salem, and so South Salem has a 1-game advantage in this 3-game set, and then they're able to edge out Westview in this case. They'll have to play another set. back-to-back strikes for the boys from South Salem. Here's Westview in their second frame. Good response there.
Very respectable 190 game for Sheldon on the girls' side. Went 190, 134.
Third frame on the way for Westview. We'll have a good idea of how this game is shaping up after this one. Leaving one up there. South Salem does the same.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight game right now. It's running within about 3 points or 3 pins of each other. 4 pins.
Big time strike there for Westview. Ooh, that one wound up in the gutter for South Salem.
Yeah, that's a tough break. That's the ones you look for to take advantage of the other team. So Westview, if they come in here and throw another mark, especially a strike, will make a huge difference on how this game they can start running away with this game.
Another strike, 2 in a row for him.
You know what they call 2 strikes in a row, Josh?
They got a name for everything in this sport?
Just a double.
Oh, okay. Makes it easy.
Just thought, see if you knew.
That's funny.
Yeah, this Westview to South Salem looks like it's going to run into a third game for the first round anyway. That's what we were talking about. This could be run into a 6-game roll-off here for these young gentlemen.
Westview left one open there. South Salem, they tried to go for a tough spare there, wound up knocking down just 1 pin.
Yeah, they're falling behind here pretty hard.
They're also a frame behind of Westview too, so take that with how you will. They're about ready to bowl their 6th, and Westview about ready to wrap up their 7th. It's a way back into a game.
I kind of like watching the kids that still roll a one-handed ball instead of the two-handed. It's
I was noticing that
like
too.
the old school. It's The two-hand thing is a great new age thing that's coming up. There's just a lot of kids that don't know how to roll it that way yet, and it just they don't start with one hand, and that's what they should do. They should start with one hand and then move on to the two-hand. Henley's got a great coach that actually learned that, you know, watching kids and how to teach the two-hand and bowling. There's an art to it.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it's, you know, different strengths and weaknesses to both styles, too. I mean, if you can roll a fairly straight ball with one hand and know where it's going, it could be advantageous over having a bunch of break on a wild ball.
Yeah, that's where it gets this last part of the day where the lanes are breaking down. If your ball is overreacting and you don't know how to calm it down, that's where you'll actually start making mistakes, and a one-handed bowler can come in and actually beat you up because he's just nice and consistent and just kind of a mellow release.
Boy, South Salem's really trying to make a run at this thing. Couple strikes, a spare in there. They're still trailing fairly considerably, but they're doing everything they can to pull back.
Yeah, they're shooting 50% right now, Josh. They're only running four marks and 4 opens. That's hard to overcome. Looking at the girls over there, the North Bend girls are telling Sheldon, "You're not sending me home yet. I want to stay in here and play."
Well, this game here wraps up. Westview's looking to pull even, 1 game apiece, forcing a rubber match in which if Westview wins, they're your state champs. South Salem wins, we get another set of 3. So we'll turn our attention, at least in the meantime, to lanes 19 and 20 down here on the right side. And again, the girls' semifinals between North Bend and Sheldon. Here's the bowler from Sheldon.
Yeah, Josh, like I was saying, the North Bend girls, even though it got handed to them on the last game, they were saying, "You are not sending me home yet. I am ready to play again." They're sitting about over 30 pins ahead right now and working off of a mark, and Sheldon still has to pick theirs up. You know, I always told myself, I wonder why they always make the state tournament go as, you know, so far later after the districts. These kids had at least 3 weeks of practice, but this is the one year that I'm going to say that I'm kind of glad it did, because if we would have had state last weekend right after all that snow, half these teams might not have been able to show up. So I'm kind of glad to see that weather calmed down and everybody's able to travel safely.
Well, and whether it was that, you know, layoff or whether or not we're just seeing the very best, it feels like all the teams that are still left here at the very top of their game right now.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting started with the rubber match here with South Salem and Westview, so we'll head back over to lanes 13 and 14.
Yeah, it's just South Salem just threw a solid pocket shot, carried it, and Westview just opened up with a big old split. You know, they always say that if you're going to have an open, always make it your first frame. It's a lot less chance of not making the game up that way. And so the shot that South Medford has, the 3-6-9-10, that's what they call it's got a sleeper back there behind, and this makes it a tough shot. That sleeper is really hard to pick up. This kid's throwing a really good ball at it.
He actually got the one behind it seems,
yeah,
but not the one in front.
Yeah, he fanned the front pin, and that doesn't help.
Here's Westview about ready to bowl their second frame.
North Penn girls are still hanging in there solid. They just picked up another spare. Sheldon's starting to struggle pretty hard this game. They have yet to get a mark in their game this game. Sheldon is just struggling. Westview goes back-to-back splits.
Almost picked it up.
Yeah, that's a tough split. Josh, we had the little boards like the professional guys on TV. I could show you how you're supposed to pick that up, but we don't have that. But yeah, you have to clip the one pin and send it clear over across their side of the lane to pick up that corner pin. That's a tough one. It's a makeable spare, but you just have to hit it just right.
South Salem goes for their spare. Wide right.
This is where I think the pressure starts getting to these kids. They know that it's either do or die right now. We got to just step up and make the plays.
Westview for their third frame.
Looking across at the girls again, looks like North Bend has got Sheldon shut out on this game.
Should force a third there, I think.
I'm not sure if they're in the third or already in that one. It seems like they've been bowling a little while.
I believe they're in their second right now.
Are they?
I believe so. Westview just picked up their first strike of this game. Trying to pull even with South Salem. South Salem guys ready to bowl their fifth frame here. Westview goes back to back.
Yeah, puts a little bit of pressure on South Salem here. Let's see if Westview can do the dance.
Here we go. Looks like he left one up.
Yeah, that's what they call the stone 9-pin, Josh. That was a great shot from that kid, and the ball just went right past the 9-pin and left it. Oh, that was a great shot from South Medford and just left the 7-pin.
Strike there for Westview. South Salem looking for a spare. They got it. Westview ready to bowl their 8th frame.
Yeah, South Salem is running behind one frame. It's probably going to let South Salem go. You're not supposed to what they call horse race and get too much ahead of another team. You're supposed to trade back and forth as much as you can. We'll see a team get out maybe a couple frames ahead, and then they'll slow down and let the other team catch back up. It's hard because when you get one team that's rolling a lot of strikes and they're only throwing one ball, it's hard for them not to want to keep the momentum going.
Here's Westview ready to bowl.
He left a single pin. That one he kind of got fortunate on. It came a little heavy on the head pin. That could have been a split very easy. So he's only got one pin to have to worry about, which is a fortunate hit. South Salem's keeping this game interesting anyway. They're going to be sitting about 13 pins down, working on a strike, and Westview is getting ready to pick up this spare, and they miss it. That puts South Salem in a position that they can come back in and help themselves out here.
Now South Salem in front by a frame. Here's Westview getting ready to start the 9th. They leave one standing.
Yeah, he had a little baby split there for a second and tripped out the 10-pin on the last second. Those trip outs are pretty nice to see, especially if you got a split staring you in the face.
South Salem picking up the spare.
So this is a 1-pin game right now, Josh.
It could decide a state championship. If Westview's able to hold on and win, they'll be victors. South Salem pulls out a win themselves. They'll force another best of 3 for a state championship.
Yeah, this thing is coming down to the 10th frame, which is always really fun to see, because that means that battling back and forth all the way through the whole game.
That's what it's about.
Yeah. That shows why they're sitting here at the top two. Oh, he just threw the big 4. That is pretty much going to call it good for South Salem.
We'll see. Westview still has to roll their first ball of the 10th frame. We'll do it after South Salem finishes. Got 2 of them.
Yes, and he made a good effort at that one too, Josh. It was a strong effort there.
Well, it's not over yet. Here's the 10th frame coming up for Westview. He leaves 2 up.
Oh, he's got a big split too, but he's so 161. They've already got the game. They don't need to pick this thing up.
Yeah.
So
well, congratulations to Westview as they are the 2025 Oregon State champs. They'll roll that ball down there. Let the celebration begin. Pick up a split, why don't you?
He just picked up the 4-6 split. Was almost impossible. That was just a little bit of showboating, Josh, I think.
Well, he deserves it.
Already had it won, and he goes and picks up the 4-6 split, so now he can throw another ball to finish off the game. That was pretty impressive. If you're going to have a finish, that's better than throwing 3 strikes, Josh.
Yeah. That feels good.
Well, congratulations to Westview for taking the Oregon State 24-25 high school bowling boys team tournament. They earned it. They stayed on top all the way through and came in and never lost a game.
Credit to the South Salem boys as well. Battled through the under half of the bracket, almost all the way through bracket play today. And they had some great games all the way through, but just a game short of the eventual state champions. Congratulations to South Salem as well as these boys shake hands. And a good season comes to a close for the boys bowling here in the state of Oregon.
Yes, hope everybody travels safe, whoever's watching. There's a lot of roads to be traveled this weekend today, and hope everybody gets on the road and gets home safe.
We've got some girls bowling here on lanes 23 and 24. It's sort of across the way from where we're set up for our broadcast. We'll try to give you the best view that we can here on mybasin.com. Still, I believe this is the 3rd place game for the girls. I'm going to try to confirm that for you, but I believe that is what's going on down there on 23 and 24.
And I believe North Bend is who moved forward, Josh, on the girls for the top seed. Sheldon did a great job on trying to hold them off, but North Bend in the last game said, not sending me home today.
Well, they might even be further behind than I had thought. I believe these are 2 new teams going at it. Found out what exactly is the plan here for the girls' side of the bracket. So right now it's the 2 winners going at it. It's Oregon City and Forest Grove. Oregon City in the black and red on the near side, Forest Grove on the far side. So winner here advances to the state championship game. Loser will have to sit and wait as we get ready for the loser bracket to advance then to the 3rd place game, which would then result in the championship.
On the other side,
So right now, North Bend and Dallas are in the losers bracket right now on the far side. Winner there advances to the third place game. Loser of Forest Grove and Oregon City drops down to the third place game. Those will play up for a state championship after that. So still some ways to go for the girls portion of the bracket, but again, Westview are the boys state champions. So we got lanes 26 and 25, 24 and 23 all active, hoping that at some point the girls move back down our way just for the purposes of those of you watching online have a better view at things. Again, here at the Epicenter in Klamath Falls, Oregon. Appreciate you being with us here on mybasin.com, wherever in the state you might be. Our lone bowling alley in Klamath Falls is the Epicenter. It's a great place, and it's been a great event all weekend long here in Klamath Falls. Of course, had some action Friday night here at the Epicenter, but really most of the tournament started yesterday by 10 a.m. Whole lot of people here in town. Parking lot was packed, and it's been across 2 days. Hundreds of bowlers have descended on our great town here in Klamath Falls, and glad to have been able to be with you at least for today on mybasin.com. Had a few folks from around the state ask where this can be watched. I want to let those of you watching at home know that this is not just a live stream. This broadcast that you've been watching this afternoon will save as a full archive on mybasin.com, and the link that you're watching it on right now will continue to be active. So if you want to share this around with family members or anything like that, friends that are elsewhere and they're not able to watch today but would maybe like to watch tomorrow or whatever the case might be, the full archive of today's broadcast will still be on mybasin.com, along with all of the other local sports that we cover as well here in Klamath Falls. And again, we're looking at least on the near side, the winners bracket finals. The winner between Oregon City and Forest Grove advanced to the state championship game, whereas the loser will play the winner of North Bend, and I believe North Bend is playing, well, it slipped my mind, but they will play the winner there for the third place, and then, of course, the winner there advances back to the state championship game. Westview, for their part, like we said, the boys champions, they won all the way through. They were top of the bracket all the way home into an eventual state championship. So congratulations to them and their coaching staff. Want to, maybe if we can, recognize some of the players and the coaches of Westview while they're still around. They are coached by Stephen Yamasaki, and a team with no seniors. They anticipate probably having everyone back a year from now. It's Ewan Oster, Zachary Robalito, Caden Cabanting, Riker Wistrand, Colson Morris, Ava Sakota, and a really good group and a championship group for the fellas from Westview. Congratulations to them. Starting to see some non-state championship bowlers in the building as well. Just, well, the word that comes to mind is civilians, but got some bowling action happening down on the way on 1 and 2. So great to see. You know, Epicenter is our only community bowling center here in Klamath Falls. Used to have 2, now trimmed down to 1, but yeah, our only one left here in town. Welcome back here to the booth, Don.
Thank you, Josh.
What'd you find out?
Well, they're going to try to move them down as close as they can. I'm not sure if they'll get to 17, 18, or I think they're maybe talking 17, 18, 19, and 20, which I think the reason they're doing that, Josh, is because that's the lanes that the girls were on.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? So
right.
It's, the boys were on lanes 1 through 16, and the girls were on from 17 through 32, and I think they're keeping them on the same set that they've been bowling on to make it fair for everything.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Also, it looks like the further left you go, we might have some bowling opening up back up to the public again as well.
Yeah, you have to give the house that. You know, they've been, you know, keeping the house closed to public for 2.5 days basically. They start at 2 o'clock on Friday. They have a special tournament that it's kind of a fun tournament. It's a scratch tournament singles where kids sign up for the day before, and they kind of come down here and bowl. And they bowl 3 games, and they have 2 sets. So they start at 2 o'clock Friday afternoon, and then had a set at 6:30 on Friday evening. So that takes the house clear to almost 11 o'clock before they can even have people bowl. So they didn't even have any time to make any money. And then all day yesterday and all day today. So the house needs to open up a little bit for a little bit of public bowling. I don't know how the owner of the bowling center does. I could tell you that during our district tournaments, he has never charged our high school program for the tournaments that day. So that's another kudos to him, Don Marquardt, and he is a great owner. He takes care. He understands where the future of his bowling is right here in the kids.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, you make them mad and make them go away because they can't afford to go, then that they don't come out when they're grown-ups. This is where it all starts, when they're kids.
Well, I mean, talk even further about that. From a business standpoint, this is the only bowling alley in town. Really, he could probably do whatever he wanted, but out of the kindness of the kids and the community, it's great that able to make those sacrifices for the kids. When
yes, he does.
There's no other competition in town for a bowling alley anymore.
Well, and we get kids of all ages and get kids of, you know, from different family backgrounds, and it's actually becomes a pretty affordable program for a kid to get into to enjoy himself.
Yeah, contrast that with a sport like baseball is a good example where you got to buy a glove, a helmet, a bat, whatever it might be. That it runs the bill up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Come here to the Epicenter, you need a pair of shoes and a ball, and you're ready to bowl.
Well, and the cool thing about it too, Josh, we get a lot of bowlers in our community that actually donate balls for our kids, and I mean we get kids that are into bowling balls for less than $20 sometimes by the time they drill it and fit their hand, and people don't understand that a ball that fits your hand can roll a lot better than a ball that don't. But so we do have a great community that supplies bowling balls for our youth. You know, they're still great balls. They just got mad at it because I'm left from a sour apple or something, so they get rid of it and give it to a kid.
Yeah. So going back to these Westview guys, does the season end for them at the Oregon State Championship, or is there a national high school bowling championship?
There is, if you want to go back east. Henley had the opportunity to go back, but unfortunately, they put it right on basically graduation week.
In June.
In June. So I don't know why they spread these things out so far. Like we were talking about districts being in the end of, our districts was the last week of January, and here we're sitting in the third week of February. So almost 3 weeks difference, and then the state the state national bowling tournament, I think the top 3 teams are able to go back, or the top 2 teams, because we could have went back last year and we elected not to. It's just a lot of expense for the kids.
Sure.
And the timing wasn't right. I think we had 2 or 3 kids graduating, so they couldn't go. So it was a financial decision at that point in time. But yes, there's a lot of different programs out there for kids to get involved in to get really, really good scholarship money if you want to work at it. And again, it has nothing to do with size. I've had kids that are, somewhere around 110, 115 pounds that are fantastic bowlers.
Sure.
And they've come a long way, and they just want their drive to learn the game. And I think that's the biggest thing, Josh, is these kids that have a drive to learn the game, understanding that they don't have to be big, that they can actually do something and be great at it, and their size doesn't hurt them.
Sure.
So I think that's a great thing. It's always pretty rough to get beat by a girl. That happened to my son last year up at when he went to All-Stars last year. There was a girl that was rolling a ball that, man, I couldn't believe how good she rolled a ball. And she couldn't have been 110 pounds.
Yeah.
And she rolled that ball good, and she did great. It's kind of rude there, everybody bringing all that pizza smell around us, Josh. And
Yeah, they've walked by with onion rings, with pizza, with everything that I want.
yeah, big old pretzel with salt on it and cheese.
I'll stick with water on the broadcast. That's good enough for me.
We'll just taste the smell, right?
Yeah.
I really appreciate my basin coming out and doing this broadcast. Bowling is kind of a tough sport to broadcast because you can't go play-by-play too much. But it's amazing for you guys to come out here and give us the time to show what we have available for kids and what kind of program this really is. It really helps us out, and maybe we can grow this program. All the kids that ever thought about doing it, we never turn a kid away.
Well, what's interesting is in doing this, we've been talking to a lot of different folks around the community about having these broadcasts. A lot of people, unfortunately, didn't even know that bowling was a high school sport at all. And so just getting that awareness out, I think, is important for today's 7th and 8th graders who might want to get involved in an activity or a sport in high school. Bowling is a great option if you decide to pick it up. And a lot of people don't know it's there as an option.
Right, and Josh, even as young as the junior bowling goes down to 5- and 6-year-olds. They have bumper bowling to start out with, so you don't feel like you keep throwing it in the gutter. There's a bumper bowling section in the junior program that these kids can start that early.
That might be where I have to start.
Well, Josh, I think you might have to come in a little earlier than that.
Yeah, that might be.
There is an age discrimination there.
Yeah. And, for our part here in town, we have multiple teams, and a lot of places around have multiple teams as well, right?
Correct.
I mean, we got Henley and Mazama that compete here locally. And, we were talking about the Bend schools. They've got 2 different teams that compete against each other, North and South Medford. Obviously, those are 2 separate high schools, but still in the same area that all compete. It's been a big deal in the state of Oregon.
Yeah, so we have, years ago when I first started coaching, we had a fair amount of teams. We got up to 4 teams in Henley.
Wow. 2
teams in Mazama. The girls, both Henley and Mazama, both had 2 teams each. KU had a team, and that's what we had in the program.
We had some bowlers from Eagle Ridge too, right?
Yeah, Eagle Ridge put together their own team this last couple years. So how they work as far as like if you're at a private school, which now Eagle Ridge becoming public, but you had a choice of either bowling for Eagle Ridge or whatever school whatever school district you lived in. If you're going to a private school, you were able to bowl for that school. For example, I had a kid that was going to Cross Point. We used to be called Hosanna. He was in the Henley School District, so he was a Henley bowler because Cross Point didn't have a team. So any of you kids out there that or parents are thinking about your kid bowling and you belong to a private school, that doesn't mean they can't bowl. We can bowl them in the district. You just have to go to bowl for the school that what district you live in.
And even if you don't think your school has a bowling team, we've seen a handful of schools that co-op together.
Correct.
And, there was a four-school co-op with Corbett, Estacada, and Barlow, and I'm dropping the last one there. But, it could be a situation like that in your own community where we've got 4 area high schools to create one bowling team, and it might not be well known, but it is there.
Well, I had a young gentleman on my team last year on Mazama, and he went to Bonanza.
Sure.
Obviously, Bonanza don't have enough kids probably to create a good team, or don't even know that there's even bowling going on. And we co-opted him over to Mazama last year, so he was able to bowl for the high school program. But he went to Bonanza. So
yeah. And for those who may be watching out of town, Bonanza's about a 25-minute drive out of town.
Yeah, huge commitment for that family.
Yeah.
But yeah, the kids up in Chiloquin, Bonanza. KU, I'd like to see a team get started there one of these days. If not, we could at least co-op you over into another school until you do build your team. We just like to build the program. Again, 3 years ago we had 6 kids total. We had 6 boys on the Henley boys team, and that was it. And we grew to about 32 to 36 kids this year in our program. So in a 3-year span, we've had that much more growth.
Wow. All it takes is one person with an idea to get the program started, and we said it already, but with how accessible this sport is, it can really grow fast.
Yeah, it is. It's very successful, and especially for Klamath, that the weather that we have, it's a great place to come because you stay warm, you stay out of the cold, and you enjoy a sport, and it's not physical.
Yeah.
Unless you make it physical on your own self and drop a bowling ball on your foot.
and unless we get a crazy snowstorm like we did a couple weeks ago, which is unusual. You can play it year-round. There's no limitations.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, this is a great sport to play year-round. They play as a winter sport because so many other sports are going on. It's hard to collect kids up when the sun shines out at 8 o'clock at night. It's hard to bring them in to start bowling at 6:30.
Yeah.
So. You don't want to steal all the kids from all year round. Just take them your time of the year, right? Oh, they're doing the presentations for the trophies over there, Josh, for the boys' teams there.
Westview earned their state championship. South Salem finished runner-up. South Medford finished 3rd place in the boys' end of things. Still waiting to finalize action with the girls. It looks like we've still got Forest Grove and Oregon City and Hillsboro.
So just, Josh, looking around, look at all the faces that are here that's helping out with this program. People don't understand all this is a volunteering position. None of them are getting paid for this. And people travel the state of Oregon to help these youths out. Tim that's presenting it, he's been a great guy. He just took it over last year. And again, he listened to some stuff that we had that didn't go very well at state last year, and he's doing what he can to fix those, and I think he's doing a great job.
I will say I was privy to their coaches meeting yesterday before we started. We were kind of getting the broadcast stuff set up in the same room that they were doing their coaches meeting. He was very open to putting things up to a vote, asking other people's opinions, and you know, some people might think it's better to have a strong man up top who's ready to rule with an iron fist, but I think in a situation like this where everyone is contributing their time and resources, it's good to give everyone a voice.
Yeah, and it is. You know, it's the more that we get this out there, you know, for the public to see and understand that this could be a great sport for the schools. I'm hoping that this might help, you know, because it's a great sport. I've been in it for 19 years. We thought we would try to get it in at school since I've been coaching, and I didn't realize how many years it was going on before I even got into coaching 19 years ago. So this has been a program been going on for a long, long time, and you know, it's a great sport. A lot of volunteer work. All the coaches that we have all volunteered. All the coaches that I run into throughout the whole program, they're all volunteers. It's just people are doing it for the love of the sport.
Yeah.
I never had a kid in the sport until my kid got to, you know, around 7 or 8, and I coached for 8 years before that, and then he got into bowling, and then we had to wait for him to get to high school before he got to be coached by his dad, and so I was in it for the love of the game.
So then what got you into bowling as a sport, as an individual competitor, as a coach? I mean, what was it that draws you to this?
You know, I bowled, my family used to bowl years ago, and I always kind of enjoyed it, but I didn't really, when I got old enough to be out on my own, I never really went there because in the past, a bowling center was always full of smoke. You know, it was heavy smoked area, yeah. So I didn't want to put myself in that position. Well, then I did get into bowling as an adult and started really loving it because I always kind of loved the game as a kid. And I started getting it, and then the bowling center has become a non-smoking area, and then I just grew into that. And then someday somebody walked up to me and asked me if I'd be willing to help with the kids, and so I said, yeah, I'll try it, and that's history from there.
Yeah.
I did take a couple years off from the program and just had some political situations going on that I had to walk away from, but I kind of missed it, so I got myself back in it when my kid got into high school, and so no, I just love the game, and you know, love what it hands for kids, because it's not a dominant sport.
Right.
That's what I love about it.
Everyone gets a fair shake. There's no physical attributes that make you better or worse than anybody else.
Yeah. I mean, we've had, you know, I don't call it, don't take me wrong, but we've had a lot of handicapped kids in our program,
sure.
And we treat them just the same as anybody else. We had one gentleman come up into our league this year that he was a great kid. I treat him just like any other kid on the team. He's going to get his opportunity.
Well, the trophies and plaques and award ceremonies taking place here. The coveted blue trophy is heading to Westview. And, yeah, congratulations once more to those guys. It is remarkable that they have no seniors on their team.
Yeah. Yeah, that was impressive. I was looking at that when I was going through the list. It looks like on there they had 7 kids. One of them didn't show up, so they had 6 kids come to the tournament, and not one of them is a senior. Even that 7th kid wasn't a senior. So, yeah.
I have a feeling they'll be back.
So here's an interesting thing. We talk about size, Josh.
Sure.
Looking at these, you've got to mark on your state entry form on what size shirt you need. And on that size, we have 1, 2, we got 3 larges, and all the rest are mediums. So that tells you what size the kids were on that team, which goes into telling you why you don't have to be a big kid to win. So we have 3 larges and 4 mediums on that team, and those kids, there wasn't an extra large, there wasn't all larges.
Right.
It just goes to show you that was a smaller team, and they come in and they took it by storm. So kind of a testament to what I've been saying all day long as far as size doesn't matter in this sport.
Yeah, you can be literally at the very top of the mountain.
Yeah.
North Bend looks close to finishing their game with Roseburg on the back end there on 26 and 25. Looks like the game on 24 and 23 is concluded. That would have been between Forest Grove and Oregon City. It looks like Forest Grove is leaving the building. At least that's how it seems. Oregon City is sticking around. So it seems pretty telling that Oregon City looks to be advancing. And I think for their part, they'll advance to a state championship game. Going to find out for sure. Don is going to go take a look at what we've got going on for the girls' side of the bracket. Again, live here from the Epicenter in Klamath Falls. Thank you for joining us on a Sunday afternoon. Been live on mybasin.com for, well, about almost 3 hours now. And again, thank you very much wherever you might be in the state of Oregon, picking to spend your Sunday with us. It's been a great event all weekend long, and again, Westview boys crowned champions, and still yet to find out who's going to go home victors for the girls, but we'll be with you all the way through the very end here on mybasin.com. Do a little self-promo while we have a chance here on mybasin.com. Our coverage of local sports continues. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll be covering Henley basketball. We saw the Henley bowling team exit earlier today, but we'll have the Henley boys and girls basketball on the air tomorrow and on Tuesday as they wrap up their regular season. Broadcast both days start at 6 o'clock on mybasin.com. We'll have an update here from Dawn as we find out what's going on with the girls' side of the bracket. What'd you find out?
So, Josh, we're looking at 1-1 right now with North Bend against Dallas. I was thinking that was Roseburg, but it's actually Dallas.
Gotcha.
And so they're going into their third game roll-off to see who goes on and who goes home.
So in that case, the loser there would play Oregon City. Winner moves to the championship after that game. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, I think so. Let me get an update on that one and see how many more teams are in it. Maybe this might be the top 3 teams right now. Let
okay.
me
Yeah,
check
we're just trying to find out
now.
how many teams are left. Yeah, thanks,
Yeah,
Don.
let's get back to you on that.
Okay. So we'll find out what find out what's going on in the girls' side of the bracket. But again, just to give an idea of what else is going on locally here in Klamath Falls, not only do we have high school basketball coming up on Monday and Tuesday, also Tuesday night, big shout out to the Oregon Tech men's basketball teams, college basketball here in the Basin. They have advanced to their conference quarterfinals. They are going to get a home game on Tuesday. The Lady Owls, for their part, the women's team, will also get a home game. They'll play on Wednesday, though. And then, well, Thursday and Friday, potentially more conference tournament action on our radio stations here at mybasin.com before we go to crown champions next week in the Cascade Conference for men and women's basketball in the NAIA. For those of you who may be unfamiliar with college basketball, NAIA is, in a sense, lower than NCAA. You get into the divisions, NAIA would probably fit somewhere between NCAA Division 2 and 3, closer to Division 2, I would say, sports. But it should be a good week. It's a great week to be a sports fan. It's really always a great week to be a sports fan here in Klamath Falls. Always activity going on. It's been great to be able to host the State Bowling Championship. The Epicenter actually hosted the district tournaments that Don kept alluding to about 3-4 weeks ago here at the Epicenter as well, featuring the teams from Medford and Bend and Grants Pass, if there are some of those as well. Was right here at the Epicenter, sort of a warm-up for the staff here of the Epicenter to get ready for this state championship day. It's been a real great day. Like we said, the Westview boys are champions, and we're finding out exactly what's going on now between the girls. It seems as though there's 3 teams left. That's what I've gathered. We're going to find out for sure from Don here in just a moment. He's gone off to talk to the tournament organizers to find out exactly where he's got. There you see him on his screen coming on back in the blue shirt. And we're going to find out what exactly is going on. All right, what do you know?
All right, Josh, I'm back. So what we have right now is we got Forest Grove is the leading seed right now, waiting for everybody to get done. North Bend is rolling against Dallas on their last game. It's a 1-1. Oregon City is waiting for that winner to come over, and one of those two teams will go to the final playoff. So it's going to be Dallas or North Bend will play against Oregon City, and then after that, then Forest Grove is sitting and waiting in the wings for the final play. Looks like North Bend had a late fall on a pin, Josh. Everybody's sitting there waiting for the rack to come down, and the pin fell over late and give him a strike.
It's big, big time.
Yeah, that makes a difference sometimes. Looks like a double for North Bend back to back.
Looks to me like North Bend getting ready to bowl their, I believe their 4th frame. You said this is the 3rd game of their series, right?
Right. It's a winner. It's a winner go home on this one right here. One team's going home and one team is staying on board.
Looked like a spare there.
Yeah. So that put them at 2 strikes and a spare in the last 3 frames I've been watching. Well, it was great to see the support that the parents give of these kids. You know, this house was packed earlier today. Obviously, there's a lot of families that have gone home now. They got a long drive, some of them as much as 7-hour drive up in northeastern Oregon. You know, there's teams that come clear down from Hermiston and up in northwest of the state above Portland, trying to make it home before it gets too dark. But yeah, the parking lot was full, and just a lot of good support for these kids.
Well, North Bend, who's still bowling, is a pretty good example of a team that's got a pretty significant drive. I'd say at least 5.5, 6 hours for them going back to the coast.
Yeah, they're a 5-hour drive if the roads are good. So.
And it's February, so the roads aren't great. It doesn't matter where you go.
Yeah, I traveled Medford 2 days ago, and Highway 140 was clear, but it's wet, so if it gets too cold, it could get some black ice on it, but at least it wasn't packed snow anymore.
Yeah.
So I think that could be a good drive for them. Not sure how 58 is, but most of the people that are going to be going to North Bend will probably be traveling 140 going through Medford and up I-5 North and going through that route. But then you have Dallas, Oregon, which is going straight up 97. And then hooking west on 84, so that's a long drive there too.
So Dallas is in the white jerseys there, and North Bend in the darker jerseys on the far side. Again, Oregon City waits for the winner of this one to play. And the winner of the Oregon City and winner of this game will advance to the state championship against Forest Grove, who is lying in wait. And it looks like North Bend will pick up a spare for their part. What'd you find out, John?
Hey, Josh, got an update for you. Looks like North Bend is moving forward. They were sitting 10 pins ahead with the mark, and Dallas was sitting with an open. And so I think and looks like North Bend just doubled up in the 10th frame, so they are moving forward.
So they'll play Oregon City next, and then that will give the winner of that game an opportunity at Forest Grove for a state championship.
Correct. Yep, that's a correct statement. So like I was saying in the past, North Bend has been a pretty strong school, both boys and girls. Looks like the girls are still holding strong in the tournament. I didn't know if I seen North Bend boys in the tournament or not. Maybe they didn't make the cut this year. That just shows you how strong cuts get on these tournaments.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready for the start of the girls' third place game down here on 21 and 22. It is North Bend and Oregon City. A best-of-3 winner will advance to play Forest Grove, and the loser heads home. The epicenter largely cleared out now. Like I said, they welcomed in some of the public bowlers as well down on the left side, but still plenty of bowling to go for the ladies. Like I said, third place game at a best-of-3 right now. Hard to make out their score precisely from where they're bowling at this moment, but I'm going to try to at least find out who is bowling and where. There's Oregon City for their second frame. It's a good one. So North Bend is the near team and the all black and yellow, and Oregon City on the far side with the black and red. Bowling on lanes 21 and 22. Where we're set up is pretty much directly in front of lane 15. So we're at quite the angle to try to catch the third place games. Hopefully the girls in the championship will move a little bit closer. I believe they'll be at 19 and 20. At least that's the word that we got at that point. So we'll have a little bit of a better view than we do now, although not by much. Again, welcome back to the 2025 Oregon High School State Bowling Championships here on mybasin.com. Josh Eldridge here, formerly joined by Don Downing. He's stepped aside for the last little stretch down here as we wrap up the girls' side of the bracket. Want to welcome in Rob Sims.
Hey, said he had to go look at a boat.
It's valid. Valid.
4 o'clock appointment to go see the boat. So we are now down how many? 3 teams?
Three
on
teams,
the women,
yeah, so
the girls side.
Yeah, North Bend and Oregon City right now. Losers gone. Winner advances to play Forest Grove, the top seed. They've been the top seed all day long. Have the Vikings from Forest Grove, but yeah, we've seen North Bend most of the day today in these sort of nearer lanes. They've got a lot of passion for sure.
So which is the undefeated team right now?
Undefeated is Forest Grove. They're sitting out right now.
Okay.
Both of these teams have lost once. It was, I believe, Oregon City lost to Forest Grove to send Forest Grove to the championship, and then Oregon City to the third place game. North Bend beat Dallas just a moment ago to get to this spot.
I was listening to you guys sitting on my recliner.
Had to drag you out of the house back.
Watching what was going on and seeing how everything went. And Don was explaining some of the different things as far as high school bowling. You know, these teams, what happens at the end, they did this already with the guys. They awarded all the top 5 bowlers they move on to an all-star. They get an all-star position, and that takes place somewhere up in the Forest Grove area. I don't know exactly where it's going to. Did he say that earlier?
No, we actually hadn't talked about all-stars. We talked a little bit about the opportunity for a national tournament for the guys from Westview because they won their championship. But we didn't talk too much about the all-stars for either the boys or the girls.
So they end up going on, and when they get to all-stars, which takes place somewhere near the same time like state basketball tournament in Forest Grove. Or where is it? Was it Forest Grove?
4A is Forest Grove, yeah,
okay.
4A tournament.
And so then what they do at that point when they get to all-stars is they mix all the teams up. So you're not there with the 5 kids from this district. You're there with 4 other districts. So you can be bowling. Last year there were kids from the Henley team that were bowling with a kid from Hermiston and a couple of girls. One was from, I think, Oregon City, and I can't remember where they were, but there was 3 guys and 2 girls on the team, and they ended up winning that one in it last year. And they do the same format that they're doing right now, where you both won the first ball and then the 6 frame, so it's 2 and 7 and so forth. So it's the same kind of format that ends up happening up there, except for you're bowling with people you've only met in maybe at this tournament here. Or if they happen to be, because a lot of these kids go and bowl individual tournaments throughout the state. There's 2 different groups. One is kind of the area that's up in the Portland area. So they go into actually Longview, Washington, and then they have houses in Portland and Salem. That's the Oregon one, and then there's another one that's considered the southern Oregon, and they'll bowl here, over in Medford, in Roseburg, and in Grants Pass, different bowling alleys that are there, bowling centers. So they do end up running across each other a lot, and when they do come together, sometimes you'll see they spend time together here because they know each other so much. They've been bowling against each other for many, many years.
Lots of tournaments have happened here at the Epicenter, but Don was telling me this was the first state championship here at the Epicenter.
It's been a long time. I think it was in that little window when he was talking about that he had left.
Yeah.
We did host it at that point too.
What does it take to get the championship here? I mean, is it
put tournament?
Up for is it put up for a bid? Do we just get selected? I mean, how does it work?
I don't know exactly what the final is, but I know there is a certain formula. One is they have to have 32 lanes.
Sure.
And they have, as far as I don't know how many. There was somebody. I don't know if you were talking to him or wherever it was, but I heard somebody say they had 5 bowling alleys close up in the Portland area recently, and that takes away some of those possibilities. I think in Medford, they don't have 32 lanes. I think they only have 26, and then they have like an area where they took 1 lane out, and then you go into this other one, and they've got couches and just you can have drinks at your out there on the lanes, next to the lanes and all that. So that they eliminates them from it. Up in Bend, I can't remember if they actually have 32 lanes or if it's a similar situation where they've kind of adjusted a little bit to give it a different look. Can you tell who's winning right now on this one?
No, it's hard to see. What I can tell, it looks like Oregon City is a frame behind, but here they go on a new frame.
Oh, a big split.
Left a split.
It's so hard. You're going along so good. You throw a good ball, and then you end up leaving something like that. It's really frustrating.
Don and I talked at length kind of about how you don't have to be a all-star physical athlete to really excel at bowling. You just have to kind of trust yourself and trust the game. It's much more of a mental game than a physical game, and you kind of hit on that there when you feel like you did good, but you left something out there.
Yeah, I had so I used to coach the Henley girls years ago. I was trying to remember how many years. It's probably been 6, 7, I think now, and we had when we'd get there, and you're just as a coach at this point, all you're trying to do is help them adjust and move with the oil. so they can have the most success when it comes down to it. And yeah, that's one of the chants one of them was doing when they did this. You know, on the one side, I don't know if the guys would appreciate that if that happened in the middle of their game, but the girls seem to enjoy it.
Well,
and
for those who
both teams.
For those who might not know, North Bend are the Bulldogs.
Are they?
So yeah.
Okay. I didn't know what that was, but that's one of their chants. That's what they would do when they get a strike. So where was I before the let
you were talking about your experience.
Years ago.
Yeah, just trying to get these kids really loyal.
So you'd move them, and you'd say, all right, so when you look at the bowling alley, as you're, you know how out here in front of us,
right.
You've got the arrows that are out there about 15 feet from the line, something like that. And there's, seven of those little arrows out there, and each board, starting from the right side, is considered a board. So you're gonna be like 1, and the first dot or first arrow on the right would be the 5 board, and then the next arrow is the 10 board. The next is the 15. You know, that sort of a deal. So when you're talking to them, you're going to tell them hit the 12 board, or something like that. So you're standing back here on the dots near the ball return, and you could adjust your feet, and then you adjust your eyes out there where the dots are or the arrows are, and I was always amazed because I'm not good at doing this. The girls that I was coaching at the time, Tia Despain was one of them. She did so good at that. I'd say hit the 6 board, and she'd hit the 6 board, and it was just like over and over and over. She did that. So it was a really impressive. And for me, I get up there and I look at it and I think, okay, I need to hit the 11 board, and I would hit the 14 board, or something like that.
Well, I'm no professional, no real bowler at all, but I try to, when I do bowl for pleasure and for fun, I try to do pretty much the same thing every time, and it's hit the second rightmost arrow on the line and just hope that I get a little bit of bend out of my ball to hit the center. How much, depending on how many pins you might leave up or otherwise, are you trying to change your motion from round to round or from frame to frame?
You don't really want to change a whole lot. You just need to be consistent, and you just move your location. I'm going to run over and see who won that. I'll be right back.
It should be the first of 3 between those two teams. So, again, North Bend and Oregon City just wrapped up their first of 3. Again, winner advances to play Forest Grove. Loser goes home. We'll get a final score once Rob gets back here.
All right, so the Bulldogs let the dogs out. That's who did. 168 to 132. In the back in the day when I was coaching, they just did total pin count. So where it is, this one's the best out of 3. They were doing just pin count at the time, so that would have been a 30 pin lead.
Yeah, that's interesting because we watched South Salem and Westview go back and forth for the guys' game, and every game was like a 30-point swing. And
really?
so it never really mattered how much you won by, even if you won by 35 or 40. It just mattered that you won that one, which I thought was interesting.
It's interesting, too, that he's doing this.
The music. Well, it looks like we got some of the normal Epicenter folks back in here other than just the Oregon State bowling people.
Yeah.
We got, some of our hometown folks around here now.
All right, so if the Bulldogs can win this one again, they'll knock out Oregon City, right?
Correct, yeah, and then they'll advance to play Forest Grove in the championship.
Forest Grove was last year. That was one of the locations, or the location that had the All-Star tournament, and I think they had about 16 lanes in there, and it was jam-packed. I mean, it was full. But that's about how many. I think they'd had. Well, it's 5 bowlers on a team, so that'd been what 80 bowlers, and I think that's about the number that they bring, no matter what size house you have. So if they come here, they wouldn't just expand the All-Stars. It would just stay as is. I only know one of the girls on that Oregon City team, Rebecca Culp. She's a senior, and the only reason I know her is because she's been at a lot of these tournaments over the years.
Yeah.
And she's a heck of a bowler. As far as the team from North Bend, Isabella Jeremy, Hannah Warsh, McKenna Hess, Ariana Tinkler, and Michaela West are the team there. They have this the roster, you know, the that we received, and it says the sweatshirt size. So at the end of the tournament, the winners of the boys and the girls side, they each get state tournament sweatshirts. That's their grand prize, or one of their prizes. And I think you had asked me the other day when we were talking about it if they got scholarship money.
Yeah.
And I believe they do as the state champs too.
Yeah, that's very cool.
I know yesterday, or the Friday singles tournament that was going on, they did receive scholarships down to like number 20 as far as placing goes. And I heard that the pattern that they had down, it wasn't the normal pattern that you'd have for like a house bowl, the house bowling, or just a normal bowling pattern.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really tough sports shot that really challenged. So normally 646, I think, or something like that was the best score. That's pretty low in a house condition for the caliber of these kids. But it was pretty outstanding when it came down to it because of the pattern that they had.
You're talking of the oil on the lanes.
On the lane,
sure.
yeah. That's that machine right there. It they can program it to put whatever down. It's you can't really see it in the screen right now, but when it was in there, when they pushed it past everybody, you could see it, and they just program right in there.
It's that brown box there.
Yeah. That I think that bird is a Kegel or something like that. That's what it's supposed to be. And what they end up doing is they can, I don't know how they do it or how it works, but they just plug it in there and it'll put down whatever pattern that's needed. So this one here isn't the championship, right?
Correct, third place. So
Third
well,
place.
loser here gets third place. Winner advances the championship. And once you get there, you know, whoever it is, whether it's Oregon City or North Bend, would have to beat Forest Grove twice in 2 best-of-3s to be crowned state champions. So Forest Grove would have the edge coming into it, much like Westview did earlier. They only had to beat South Salem once to win the championship.
Yeah, it was hard to see what the score was on my iPad. And let me see if I can get the score now here.
Yeah, when they were closer to us, it was easier to give the scores between the teams. But, yeah, now that they're about 6 lanes from us, it's a challenge for sure.
So, let's see. Oregon City's on the left lane. They have right now in the third frame a 36, and North Bend had a 41 in the third frame. This is how I've been taking pictures because my eyesight is so bad to see what the score is all weekend long.
Yeah, standing here today made me realize even more that I probably need glasses. You and I talked last week about that.
Yeah.
You're in a better position than I, Rob. You have glasses, but I don't see them. I don't see them here.
I was wearing them earlier, but it was making me dizzy. So I just put them on when I wanted to see what the score was. And when I did put them on, it was clear as a bell, but it had the bifocals in them. So when I looked down to try to climb out of the bleachers that we have here, I was worried I was going to fall on my face. So I took them off. other than when I wanted to see what the score was. So Oregon City, unless they're spending the night here, they're going to get home at depending on if they get knocked out here or not. But even if they were to leave, so what happens after this now is they will announce all the all-star finalists for the girls' side, and then they're doing photos and all that stuff. They could still be here until 7 o'clock tonight, as far as some of them doing all the ceremony stuff afterwards. And then so Oregon City has like a 5-hour drive home.
Well, same for Forest Grove, and they have to sit and wait for a championship,
yeah,
right? I mean, they're
true.
about 5 hours at least away.
We're at North Bend is Coos Bay. So how far is Coos Bay away? You've been there, right?
At least 5 hours.
It's been so long since I've been to Coos Bay, I can't even say.
At least 5 hours, probably 5.5. If they took a bus or a van or something.
Most of this is they're riding with their parents.
Well,
since it's a club sport,
sure.
They don't usually take. Oh. Well, should I get my camera out again and see what the score is?
Probably better that way.
Yeah, when they move, so I think the next one they're going to move over here to like 19 and 20 or something like that.
That's last I heard too.
We'll be able to see a little bit better. All right.
And Don was saying the reason that they don't want to play here in front of us at 15 and 16 is because the girls all weekend long have never bowled on lanes 15 or 16.
So right now, Oregon City's got a 82 in the sixth frame, and North Bend is working on. They got to get this spare, but they will be leading unless they get this pick it up. And they didn't. So it's going to be, 78 to 82, so a 4-pin difference. Both of them on opens, so it's really.
North Bend is in front right now in terms of overall game score. They're up 1-0 over Oregon City in a best of 3.
Uh-oh, got her. You know, as I'm watching some of these, so like this girl that's going to be bowling for Oregon City right now, the one thing that they teach you early on is you bring your hand up and bring it right by your ear. So you're going to bring it, like see how she did that?
On your follow-through, you're saying?
Yeah, on the follow-through. And that's just something that they work on when they're younger and in high school to get the right plane of your hand and rolling the ball correctly. So now you're going to watch every time. You're going to see if somebody puts their hand right by their ear. Some will just follow through, and they're much faster. Others will hold like she did. See what she does. Yep, see, she just whips it up there.
Seems to work for her okay. I think she left one up there.
They're a lot more patient than the boys are. The boys are always rushing, and the girls are kind of wait for the other one,
Yeah. Makes it a little bit easier to view if we were right behind them. We could take turns, but it's kind of tough from this angle.
It starts getting into a game as well. You want to see them see what they do before you go, so you know what the situation is, or put the pressure on, or whatever it happens to be.
That's something we kind of watched with South Salem earlier. They battled all the way through the losers bracket, and they were going quick. They always wanted to bowl first and put the pressure on the other team. North Bend looks like they picked up a spare.
Strike. All right, let's see what the scores are now. 107 in the 8th with a strike for Oregon City. Oh. And an 85 in the 7th with a spare, so now that'd be 19. Ooh, doubled up. They're going to probably be going another game. Sudden death. Is that what you were calling it earlier?
Yeah, that's what it's all about, though, when you get to the tournament, playing for all the marbles, as they say.
So this is Rebecca Culp here. So if she's able to get three strikes in the 10th frame, that'll really move. Yep, there's 2. I think that pretty much will do it. Since there was that strike in the 9th and they already had a smidge of a lead anyway. You know, you could see her saying something to the ball. I don't know if you saw that or not. But I say some choice words to the ball when it doesn't do what I expect it to do.
Yeah.
Or not knock down all the pins like I expect it to. I always wonder if anybody can hear me back at the tables.
Those conversations stay between you and the ball.
Yeah, me and the lanes. You know, they do the different cheers. So the girls, back when I was coaching, they would get together and practice. Well, they had to come up with their cheers, and then they'd practice them. So when it came to the tournaments, they could do them.
How much time would you spend in practice doing that?
We didn't practice on it. They do it together somewhere else.
Math class or?
Yeah, wherever. As you heard earlier, there's some creative ones on the guys' side. They put a lot of thought into it. It's like patio furniture, barbecue chicken, 10 down.
Yeah.
This one, it's like, who let the dogs out?
Well, so there it is. Oregon City is forced a third and decisive game in this third place match.
All right.
And they switch lanes as well in doing so. Again, winner of this third place game will advance to play Forest Grove in the state championship game. Still in this matchup between North Bend and Oregon City. It's the third game of this series where the winner will advance to play Forest Grove and the loser is out. What did you see the score as, Rob?
Well, it changed as I walked back, but right now North Bend is beating Oregon City. And they were coming off, I think it was 2 strikes in a row. I can see 3 numbers on the... Oh, there's a good pickup, though.
North Bend has had to battle through the losers bracket most of the day. At least that's the indication I got. Oregon City played Forest Grove all the way up until the winners semifinals and then lost there to send Forest Grove to the championship in Oregon City here. So, yeah, North Bend has battled up from part way through the losers bracket.
I think they are. They're going to jump down to 19 and 20, which will get them closer to us. I was just talking to Don Marquardt. He's the owner of the Epicenter.
Sure.
So they have a league that starts at 6:30.
Almost 5 o'clock. So.
And I said, so how long does it? Because they have to oil the lanes before they can have the league start. And he said it takes about 2 minutes for each lane to do it. And he said that I think he said 26 teams on this league. So they're going to take about an hour and a half from start to finish to be able to get all the lanes oiled. And at this point, you know, it'll be 5 o'clock before the championship even begins, I think. What time is it, 4:50?
Yeah, 4:53.
Yeah, so it'll probably be 5 o'clock before the championships even begin. And what it had been doing up until this point is taking about a half hour for each set, each two games. So it'll probably be close to 5:30 before they wrap up the tournament and find out who's the winner.
Well, that's if Forest Grove is able to come through and win the opening round of the championship, right?
I wonder how long has it been since Forest Grove actually's been on the lanes? I mean, they're down there warming up right now, but were they? When was the last time you saw them play? Do you know?
I'm going to find out for you here in a minute.
Because it's probably been an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
It's been an hour 15 about.
Yeah, that's a long time to kind of ice them. So that gives North Bend kind of an advantage, but maybe they'll be fresh. And
well, just to give you an idea, here we are, 5 o'clock. The boys' championship game that was it was 3 games started at 3 o'clock. So we're now 2 hours removed from the start of the boys' championship. Just to give you an idea of how far behind we're running here.
All right, so North Bend, that was the 9th frame for them, just opened up. But Oregon City's in the 10th right now.
Big time strike.
And she got a strike. So they're at 130 for North Bend in the 9th frame. Oh, and Oregon City was at 131 in the 8th frame. And now that put them at 150 in the 9th frame. That might be close to over. Yeah, actually, it probably all she has to do is get 1 pin. Yeah, I think Oregon City's advancing on to the championship.
So we'll get something of a rematch from the winners semifinals a little while ago between Oregon City and Forest Grove.
Another one.
Let's rack those up.
Now they know they've already won, so they're not getting all crazy. Oh, maybe she left a 7-pin. That's what it was. That ball go right between the 2 pins?
I think it did.
That's kind of a hard one to do.
One of her teammates or coach put her hands up like it was a made field goal.
Yeah.
So. Must have been right between the middle of them.
So is Forest Grove and Liberty in the same team? Are they the?
I think that they play as a co-op, yeah.
Okay.
Both Portland area high schools. I believe both 6A schools as well when it comes to their sport classifications, yeah.
So why does the 4A play at Forest Grove? Do you know?
Well, they've got a pretty big gym there, and they've got 2 pretty big gyms at that point. So, yeah, it's been there for some time. Of course, we're talking about the basketball state championships.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the 4A tournament is there. 6A tournament is at University of Portland. The 5A tournament used to be at Oregon State University, now at McMinnville at Linfield University. The 3A tournament is in Coos Bay at Marshfield and at North Bend High Schools. 2A is in Pendleton, and the 1A is in Baker City.
So did I say Oregon City won that, or did they lose it?
I believe Oregon City won that.
I'm pretty sure too, but they're crying. Is it just out of joy?
Well, North Bend left the floor up here. I've got to imagine that they...
Okay. Yeah, must be just joy, tears of joy. All right, so now they're going to move over to 19 and 20 and should get rolling. They just have to turn them back on. Here we go.
Ready for more state championship bowling. Like we said earlier, Westview claimed the boys' side. They defeated South Salem in 3 games. For those wondering, South Medford finished 3rd on the boys. Here, North Bend finishes 3rd for the girls, and we are ready for a championship roll-off here.
I wonder I wonder if they're in the same district. So they face each other in regular season stuff.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. I mean, Coos Bay, or pardon me, Oregon City and Forest Grove up by each other a little bit, right? Oregon City's on the I-5 corridor somewhere, isn't it?
It's actually I think on 205 towards the airport. The first exit when you get back on that route going towards the airport. I guess here we go. They're not wasting any time.
Just how we like it. Might be able to actually see the scores from here too, Rob. That's nice. So both teams knocked down 9 on the first go of it. And Forest Grove Liberty looking to pick up a spare in their opening frame. That was a good roll there for Oregon City. Both teams pick up a spare to start. So again, just to reiterate one more time, Forest Grove is the higher seed here. All they have to do is win 1 best of 3 here to be crowned state champions, whereas Oregon City would have to win potentially 4 games out of the next 6 to be crowned state champions.
These ones, when there's the sleeper behind them, can sometimes be pretty challenging. You can hit the head pin and deflect off, and the pin goes one way, the ball goes the other way. So it can be a bit of a challenge, and you have to be very precise as you're coming in on those. So they're basically, what are they tied up
They
now?
should be even at 28, I believe.
26. Looks like they're both at 26.
Left 4 pins on that roll for Forest Grove and Liberty.
I see that the Forest Grove Liberty team, they have stars on their shoulders. Yeah, kind of like what sometimes they do for football, touchdowns and tackles or whatever it happens to be. I wonder what those stand for.
It's a good catch.
Oh, that was a good pickup.
1 pin remains for Oregon City to get their spare here. Just missed.
Yeah.
Big time strike there for Oregon City.
Yeah, the pressure when you get up there and you're, I was watching this last girl walk away after she'd missed that spare.
Yeah,
And the pressure is on because you feel like you're letting your team down.
we've seen that quite a bit across multiple teams today. Well, but then your teammate can pick you up just like that
Yeah.
with a strike.
Oh. All right, we can see the score. Not too far away now. So the 48 in the fourth and 53 in the fourth, but Liberty Forest Grove ended up getting a strike in the fifth frame, which puts them up. Almost had a big split there. Here, I thought it was the other team that was the who let the dogs out. It's this team, huh?
I'm gonna find out what Oregon City's mascot is real quick.
Nice pickup. You start stringing marks together, it takes your score considerably up.
Oregon City are the pioneers, but
Yeah, maybe they did that too. They always wondered who let the dogs out there in the pioneer days.
yeah, I guess so.
Did you let the dog out? No.
No.
Well, who let the dog out? I think at one time you were asking me about, did you guys ever talk about the two-handed bowling approach? You
a
and
little
Don?
bit, yeah.
Yeah. I know you had asked me about that in the past, and it has grown so much in kids that there's a lot of them doing it. And it started with Jason Belmonte, I believe. I don't know if there's anybody else. A bowler professional bowler out of Australia. And he, as a kid, I'd watched a little thing on him talking about it. And as a kid, that's how he learned to bowl, just because he couldn't pick up the ball with one hand.
Is that 3 straight strikes for him?
I think there was a spare in there, but I could be wrong. It's
think you're
back-to-back strikes.
Back-to-back at least. Oregon City going for a spare and missed it in the gutter.
So I think on each team they have at least one two-handed bowler, if not 2 on each team.
What do you bowl with?
I bowl two-handed, but it's not because of anything other than I have tendonitis in my elbows.
Well, you bowl with both hands, though, don't you? I mean, actually, you are ambidextrous.
I can bowl, yeah, either one, but I have tendonitis, and it's just so bad. So now when I don't have to worry about it when I bowl two-handed.
Yeah.
I get the support. I don't bowl well two-handed, but I do bowl two-handed. Allows me to continue to be out there. 3 in a row.
There you go. So here we go, Forest Grove. Now, at least at this point, heading to the 10th frame, 148. And Oregon City about to bowl and clean up the 8th frame. We'll see how they do. Missed the spare. They'll stay at 89 right now. So Forest Grove, well, they've got a handle on this one, at least in the opener.
I don't think there's any chance that they could lose this, even though they do have 2 frames in Oregon City. Yeah, 2 frames to go.
So they'll wait for Oregon City to try to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, when you were talking, Don was talking with you earlier, Don Downing, when he was doing the play-by-play with you earlier, he was mentioning the horse race deal. And it gets easy when you're bowling strike, 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 and if you're not paying attention,
right,
you could all of a sudden be 2-3 frames ahead. And they don't want that. They want you to stay even, which then can almost in a way ice that person that's coming up next, but because they have to sit there and wait.
Oregon City is having a heck of a time trying to pick up these single pin spares. They've knocked down 9, it feels like, a handful of times in a row now, and have left that last pin up. So now both teams ready to bowl their 10th, and Forest Grove out in front by nearly 50 pins.
Yeah, these two, I know so the one that's going to be bowling for Forest Grove, her name is Mackenzie Clark, and she's another really good bowler, and those two bowl against each other frequently. I know that. .175. Good game. So they have right now 175 for Forest Grove and a 108. So they're going to finish at 175 for Forest Grove, and they're at 108 for Oregon City. So get a strike, finish at 118, or yeah, they're still talking over there. I'm not sure what they're doing, huh? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'll let you go over and take a look if you want. They got one more roll, right? They picked up a spare on their 10th, so they got to roll them once more.
So I'm guessing right now she's over asking her coach, saying, so what ball should I be using? Let's pull out whatever ball, and you can try it out because it doesn't matter anything here.
Right.
And she gets that other ball, and then she can see how it reacts right now. And the ball, it looks like, is maybe in the very corner, back up in the epicenter. So some parent, I guess, is maybe running over to get it.
Someone got lost in the aftershock on their way over there.
Yeah, and bringing it back. Here it comes.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would have never thought of that. You know, this game is pretty much over. Just try to get something out there to see how it feels. That's interesting.
Yeah, so this is a way to test it and see if this is the ball she should use for the next game.
So what are you looking for in this situation out of that ball? What is she trying to pay attention to?
Just to find out if it reacts right into the pocket. She can hit her. So the different balls will do different things. Some will break and turn earlier. Some will do it at the end. That was a good choice. You got a strike. I think in a lot of cases, it's just in your head, you know?
Yeah.
You do well with it, then you're going to do well with it the next game. So this could be it for Forest Grove Liberty if they end up pulling off another win here.
Like I said, they already beat Oregon City once today, and that was in the winner's semifinal. Sent Oregon City to have to battle through North Bend, which they did, to get back here. But Forest Grove, yeah, you said it, they might just have their number.
Yeah. So this morning, at the end of the the regular bowling, they said, "Congratulations, you just finished 30 games of bowling." So that was where it ended this morning at 10 o'clock or 9:30. They hit 30 games of bowling. And since then, I don't know how many games the Oregon City ladies have been going, but they're probably at maybe another dozen at least.
At the very least.
Are they playing 3 almost every time from what you can tell, or has it been?
I think I wouldn't be able to tell for Oregon City. It felt like North Bend, who's now been eliminated, they finished 3rd. It felt like they played 3 about every time.
So I think Forest Grove being undefeated, they probably have bowled, 8 maybe, if that.
So it's a round of 16, a double elimination bracket. So there's 4 rounds of the playoffs to get there. If you bowl 2 games in each of those, they would have bowled 8
games
total, yeah.
If they go for 8 games,
right.
That is. Oh, we're getting our picture taken.
I'll take it.
Oh, she picked up that split. Wow.
It's pretty impressive. We saw a guy from Westview, after they'd already clinched it, pick up that 4-6 split. Just pretty impressive stuff. And Oregon City has just been cursed with knocking down 9 pins.
So they have in fun tournaments, and there's even leagues that are no-tap tournaments, and you get 9 pins, and it's considered a strike.
Interesting.
The Epicenter pretty much hosts one of those every month, and they have those here pretty regular. It'll happen on a Friday night. It's always a couples tournament. You can end up winning some money, and yeah, they do that every month, and it's usually some theme. So February it was a Valentine's. Next month it'll be a St. Patty's Day. Cool. That sort of a deal. It's just fun. And so the guys, you can knock down 9 on your first ball and get a strike, and the ladies only have to get 8, and it's considered a strike in that particular format.
More of a laid-back environment than the state championship,
yeah.
I'm sure.
Well, this has been pretty. Even when they do their cheers, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but it's like their opponent joins in on the cheer.
Yeah, I talked to Don about this earlier in the day. It was interesting when there was a bunch of teams still here, how much I would look around at a specific table and see guys from 3 different schools having lunch together.
Yeah.
I think it's very cool, and there's a certain amount of friendship and bonding that comes from these events.
Yeah. So Liberty/Forest Grove has marks in the first 3 frames. Unfortunately for Oregon City, they have opens in the first 3 frames. Actually, no, they get a spare in the first one? Yeah, they got a spare in the first one.
At this point, trailing by about 14 pins is Oregon City to Forest Grove.
Okay.
Forest Grove is in front.
Oh, ooh.
Another 9 pins.
You always want to go home with number 1, the first place in the championship and all that stuff, but to get to second place too, after you watched everything that they've gone through today, it's pretty impressive as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, even credit to North Bend, who finished 3rd place.
Yeah.
That's a podium finish, and so that's impressive too.
These two that are bowling right now are probably the top, well, I would say pretty close to the top 2 female or high school bowlers, female bowlers in the state right now. All right, so Forest Grove just hit 2 in a row in the 10th. I don't think there's any possibility that Oregon City can get back in this. They did start one with a strike in the 10th, though, and she just got 8. So it is over. Forest Grove, Liberty ended up getting the sweep and go undefeated. Isn't that how it worked on the guys' side too?
That's exactly how it worked. It took them 3 games to put away South Salem in the game, but yeah, they top bracket all the way through to eventually be state champions. Very cool. We'll stick around, watch the celebration commence. But yeah, looking like Forest Grove is going to be state champs.
Well, thanks for coming out and doing this, Josh.
It's been
doing
fun.
all the coverage.
It's a little different than a basketball game, but it is very fun.
So what kind of, we got basketball coming up this week on mybasin.com.
Yeah.
Monday, Tuesday, both of them.
Monday, Tuesday. Don't forget Wednesday. Tech women are in action too.
Oh, yeah. The men are playing on Tuesday as well. Oregon Tech men. Oregon City. You know, the finishing second, even though it is second place, still big deal.
Well, it's going to hurt for a little bit. You didn't finish it out all the way, but I think on the bus ride home it'll start to settle in. I mean, it's impressive to be at the very end runner-up in the entire state of Oregon. These are some of the very best bowlers we have around. It's certainly something to feel proud about. Forest Grove is the women's state champions for the 2025 high school bowling season. For the fellas, it was Westview. They won a couple of hours ago. Again, thank you everybody who made us a part of your weekend here on mybasin.com. Been broadcasting live from the epicenter here in Klamath Falls at the 2025 Oregon High School State Bowling Championship. For both of my partners today, Rob Sims and Don Downing, my name is Josh Eldridge. Again, thank you so much for being with us on this Sunday. Have a great rest of your weekend and make it a great week next week. And so long from Klamath Falls.